Good evening. I'd like to call the April 21st Chico Unified School District Board of Education meeting to order and announce that we are going into closed session and ask if there is any comment on closed session from the public. Okay, with none indicated, we'll go into closed session. Unified School District Board of Education meeting for April 21st. The board has been in closed session, and there was no action taken, so we'll move to the flag salute, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let's see. Superintendent Staley, I believe that you have some student reports today.
We do. Now that we are back in person, it's really exciting to have our student reports back. And we have students today. We're going to focus on the high schools, and we have some students from Pleasant Valley High School and a student from Chico High School. So I'm going to call up Elise Miller and Emma Devine from PV to start us off. And then Summer, you're on deck.
Hi, my name is Elise Miller, and we're here on behalf of Pleasant Valley Student Government. This is my fourth and final year within the class, and this year I've had the opportunity of being ASB president.
Hi, I'm Claire Jacobson. I'm filling in for Emma today, and this is also my fourth year in student government, and the position I have this year is ASB secretary.
Although this year has been unusual, student government has done its very best to keep our students connected and involved despite the distance. We are here today to highlight all of the events that student government has put on throughout this year. I would just like to preface with the fact that all the events that will be mentioned have followed all social distancing and safety protocols to our best efforts.
To start, last semester when we were doing school virtually, we were able to put on a senior breakfast drive-thru in hopes of creating a similar experience to Senior Sunrise. We had teachers in the drive-thru to greet students whom they had not seen in person all year with snacks and posters showing their love for our senior class. Next, in honor of our incoming freshmen, a freshman welcome drive-thru was planned in coordination with Link Crew in order to make our freshmen feel like a part of PV, its staff, and campus. This included calling each student individually to invite them to this event. They received PV swag, a bag of popcorn, and a greeting from staff. Lastly, while virtual, a Welcome Back Spirit Week, which was inclusive to all students on campus and was a way to add some normalcy to the situation at hand. This gave students the chance to show some school spirit while at home.
The first thing student government did while back in person was decorate our school to welcome students back. This was in association with a Spirit Week to connect everyone on campus and was even inclusive to students still doing Zoom. Next, we felt it was time to appreciate our wonderful staff, which we did through a poster for each teacher's classroom and a succulent to show how much they do for our students. To finish out the end of the semester, there was Finish Strong goodie bags with snacks and spirit beads.
Once back for second semester, we found it important to put on a kindness week, in which we decorated the school with streamers, posters, and balloons to kick off the week. We also chalked the school with sayings of encouragement and kindness. Not only that, but there was a Spirit Week in class competitions to find hidden ducks around campus. During this week, there were kindness grams available for parents to send to their students or friends on campus to send to each other, which include candy and flowers if wanted. Lastly, student government placed a note on every car in the parking lot to send a message about kindness to our students individually. Next, in order to simulate a homecoming court, we did a quarantine king and queen for the AM and PM cohorts, which was inclusive to all and had the band surprise the senior winners in their classes. Next, we did a movie night fundraiser in association with Miriam Park, and also an SBAC goodie bags to all the juniors, which included snacks and an encouraging note for their testing.
Currently, we've been working on sports appreciation and player posters. Each player on every sports team these past few months has had a player poster made for them individually by someone in student government. Not only that, but we've decorated the stadium with streamers and posters for football, field hockey, and many other countless sports and games. Lastly, for sports appreciation, we decorated the houses of all senior athletes, band, color guard, and choir members to show that we are proud of them and recognize their hard work. Upcoming next week, there will be a class competition spring week in which we will decorate campus and have a spirit week. There will be fake hidden chickens to find around campus and socially distanced outdoor games throughout this week, such as cornhole and many others. Similar to Pastels in the Quad, there will be a supervised chalking competition around campus. The goal of this week is to bring students together and create lasting memories. Next up is the celebration of our senior class, as graduation is approaching quickly through events such as senior sunsets and many others. As for the rest of the semester, we have many other events in the works and plan on ending the semester on a positive note.
Although this year has proved challenging, what we've learned most is the importance of community. Despite how frustrating this year has been, our student government class, along with the rest of our school, has made the best of every situation. Although as seniors we've missed out on a lot of exciting events, we feel grateful to have witnessed the true care, love, and compassion our teachers and faculty have for us and the sacrifices they have made.
Thank you all so much for listening. We appreciate your time. Have a great rest of your day.
Wait. Don't run. So I had the privilege of going to the first PV and Chico High football game, and I was sitting with Chico High parents, but it was senior night, and it was just a really, really positive experience and a lot of very good sportsmanship going on, and it was one of the most tense football games I've ever been at. It was 2 overtimes. I mean, woo! So you guys really did a great job, and I know all the parents appreciated it, certainly the students. And Shepherd here has a senior athlete, and he'll be running out of here as soon as he can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Elise and Emma. And next we have Summer Sun from Chico High School. Is Summer here? Okay. So you know what we can do is, when Summer gets here, we can swing back around, because Summer was going to share about some of the advocacy work going on at Chico High School. And I'll just go ahead and transition right into the superintendent's recognition portion of our program. As we're all painfully aware, we had to make a very quick transition last year from meeting in person to online, and the school board meetings were no exception to that. Transparency in government is really important to all of us, and so we wanted to make sure that our board meetings were still accessible by our community, but there were challenges. We got right off to our 2 weeks into the pandemic. We had our first board meeting, and it was Zoom, and we did have a lot of lag time that was going on. It was hard to hear. Then we kind of got that ironed out, and we had some really tech-savvy students that Zoom bombed a meeting. So we were constantly having to make changes and upgrade as we went along. But we did it. I mean, and we still are doing it. We have access to our board meetings, and that would not have happened without 4 people. And I want to recognize those 4 people and thank them this evening for helping us continue to have transparency in government. And so those people are Erica Smith, John Vincent, Phil Morgan, and Patrick Vassetti. And if you guys can just come up here. Got it? So once again, thank you to the 4 of you for keeping us going, even with all the curveballs that got thrown your way. And that concludes the superintendent's portion, and I'll turn it back over to you, President Robinson.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, next is item number 6, announcements. Does anyone have any announcements? Ms. Dalby?
Thanks. I just wanted to let everybody know that on Saturday, May 1st, Butte Environmental Council is holding the annual Endangered Species Fair. It's free, virtual, fun for all ages. We're going to have presentations and workshops about regional efforts surrounding ecology and wildlife and safe biking. And we even have a segment with Neil Bajaj, who is our student ambassador and a Chico Unified student who will be presenting what he's doing in schools for environmental advocacy. So we're really excited about that. Registration's online. You can go to the Butte Environmental Council website and check it out. And we're really excited to be able to provide this, even though things are still a little bit wonky due to COVID. So, yep, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, and good luck with that. Okay, next is item number 7, items from the floor. Do we have one person signed up to speak under items from the floor?
We do. We have Jeffrey Howell is in person.
In person?
Correct.
Okay, thank you and welcome. During this segment, there's a 3-minute limit. Mr. Hanlon has cards that will indicate 30 seconds to go or your time is up, so kind of keep an eye on him, and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Sloan. I've given a million speeches in my day, but I didn't want to give this one, and I'm nervous. A prosecutor told Derek Chauvin's jury that their decision was easy because they could actually see everything. Everything I'm about to share has a document behind it, written by your staff, current and past, and you can have a district attorney verify it. I was once relentless investigating a school district and doing battles for simple records. All because of this document that you, Kelly Staley, and Scott Brown said didn't exist. And the police said your staff would have been prosecuted criminally had we found this earlier. I will share it in private with some of you. It is despicable. But much worse was what was found of what your staff was willing to do to hide it. Mike Walcott ironically wrote a column on Sunday about the murder of a reporter friend investigating a story. I didn't want to ever be here again. Your top staff, when we were searching for documents, wrote this document. This is your email, Kelly, and it discusses killing members of my family. And others in this room who might share at a school board meeting what we found. Really, Kelly, this isn't locker room talk for any educator. No educator circulates this. What did you think would happen if this were found? Ask any student from Columbine, Sandy Hook, Parkland, what they think. Jim, I respectfully ask for the same extension you provided Grace Doney's mom because her words outweighed the rest of your agenda. Your policy allows that. It will only take a few minutes extra. This folder is full of extensive documentation of deadly toxin issues in your schools that you hid from this community. Your decision to hide these documents had devastating consequences to countless victims. My wife, Sharon, the finest teacher I ever knew, taught in this district for 25 years in dilapidated classrooms. Teachers complained for years of leaks, mold.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Your time is up.
Eileen,
No, we have not extended the 3 minutes on other occasions. We will not do so tonight. Okay, negotiations update, Mr. Hanlon.
Okay, so we have reached tentative agreement with CUTA, and they will be moving that forward to their e-board and for a vote from their members. We are meeting with them again tomorrow, and we will continue negotiations for the 21-22 school year. So we'll continue on those. With CSEA, our classified unit, we've also reached a tentative agreement. They will vote and also go through the 610 process. And we will continue with them as well with negotiations for the 21-22 school year. Our next meeting with them is April 29th. So if you recall, we did not reach agreement last year because of COVID. We stopped negotiating. So the tentative agreement for this year is the last 2 years. So we're all caught up at this point, and we should, and we'll be moving on to the next year immediately.
Thank you. Okay, on to item number 9, the consent calendar. Does the public wish to pull any of the consent calendar items? Does a board member wish to pull? Dr. Kaiser?
I'd like to pull 9.2.5.
The Chico Unified District Career and Technical Education. That is pulled. Any other? Okay, then we will ask for a motion on approval of the consent calendar with the exception of 9.2.5.
I move the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second by Member Landau. Any further discussion? Any comments from the audience? Okay, thank you. We'll do this by voice vote since it is our first of the evening. Ms. Dalby?
Dalby, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye. Thank you, Board. Okay, Dr. Kaiser, you had a need to pull 5.
Yes, I pulled 9.2.5 because it is a 5-year plan for our career and technical education. And our success with career and technical ed has been extremely noteworthy. Our teams have won, in some cases, national recognition, certainly state recognition. And this is a 5-year plan that is to help all students have a chance to explore various pathways that not only would align with post-secondary institutions, but also qualify them for many what we call industry certifications. In other words, the industry recognizes this certification. And to have an electronic multi-year CTE academic planner for high school students. So this is a really critical plan, and I certainly hope that parents of the new students coming in will take a look at this. There is a plan to extend this down into the junior highs and even mention of elementary schools. So I just thought for the audience, what we have is at Chico High, ag floral design, ornamental horticulture, welding, sustainable agricultural science, architectural design, engineering design, software and systems development, information support and services, patient care, and digital arts media. What we have at Pleasant Valley is media arts, graphic design, commercial art, architectural design, engineering design, child development, education, food service and hospitality, patient care, public services, welding and materials joining. I'm sure if you have had any experience with medical services in the community, you realized how challenged they are. Very difficult to get into a specialist in any kind of timely way. And the students that are in the childhood program get to have experience actually doing that in a supervised setting. So I just thought it was worthy of drawing people's attention to it because it is so significant and it is a 5-year plan. And with that, I'd like to move 9.2.5.
I'm sorry, can I speak out of turn? So you sit there and you're telling me that you're gonna do all this classroom work,
It,
but, no. Stop.
Point of order, please.
No, I will go out of order, and I don't care. You're
We're
sitting
not
there
in an
no, I
open
don't care.
forum.
You are not giving my child full child care education daily. And then you sit there telling me that you're gonna go and do all this? And how are you gonna do that when you have the AM and PM? And you're
Ma'am.
I move
This
to
is-
approve,
No.
I move to
This-
approve
I'm
this
sorry,
agenda
let me
item.
explain this to you so
This,
you can move this?
there is a time for comments,
No,
um,
we're not gonna do this.
and
And I'm gonna leave
excuse
after
me,
this.
but it is my responsibility to conduct the meeting in an
Shove it
orderly
up
fashion,
your mouth.
and I
Seriously.
will do that.
I have.
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break.
No, go. And I mean go. So I'm sorry. My taxpayer dollars pay for full child care education, and you're not providing it whatsoever. So I'm more ahead than
We will be back in session. And just a reminder, please, that at the we're not on? I'm gaveling us back into session after a 5-minute recess. And just a reminder to the public that we have rules governing conduct at our meetings, and we will follow them. Thank you, board, and thank you, public. Okay, we were at the process where we had a motion and a second on 9.5, which, 925, thank you, Dr. Kaiser.
I think we had a motion, but we have not had a second.
Yes, and I did want to inquire on that item. Earlier in the week, I received a notice that we had competition of a CTE program from Chico High that was quite successful, and I cannot find my information. Superintendent Staley, if you have that, please make the announcement.
So our engineering class, I believe it was at Chico High School, won an award, and it was one that I had not heard of before, and I do not have it in front of me, but they will be coming to a board meeting to share their success, so we'll invite them to do that.
Basically, it was cybersecurity and a couple of other issues connected with their engineering in the world of cybersecurity, which we know all too well, or need to know all too well. Okay, we're ready for the vote. Is there any comments from visitors on this item? Yes, Tom was the second. Mr. Landau was the second. Okay, seeing none, we're ready for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay. Item number 10, discussion, action, calendar, educational services. This is the presentation of the reopening plan for school year 21-22. Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, President Robinson. Some background information on tonight's presentation I just want to make to put out there is to say that this to prepare for the start of the 2021-22 school year. The information provided in this presentation will describe both at the district level and each individual site level the significant policies, protocols, and procedures related to the various options for returning to school. These options include our traditional school schedules, blended learning models, and models reflecting possible social distancing mandated from the state and local agencies. To prepare for the start of the 21-22 school year, Chico Unified School District and staff have developed policies, protocols, and procedures to safely and effectively return to full-time instruction. The operational information included in the plans will support the educational development of all students, including academic achievement and social emotional wellness. So to start with, I just want to back up. Can we go to the table of contents? It's right there. Good, thank you. Proposed instructional models, full-time in-person instructional model, school site reopening plans, Oak Ridge Academy instructional model, hybrid or AM/PM in-person instructional model, distance learning instructional model, and online resources. Okay, go on up. Thank you. One of the highlights I want to say is Chico Unified plans to return to school in the fall in a full-day in-person instructional model. Knowing this may not meet the needs of all of our community members, we will continue to offer our families the opportunity to participate in the Oak Ridge Academy online independent study instructional model. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we still will have a distance learning online option available for families in the fall. While we hope to return it to and remain in a full-time in-person instructional model for all 21-22 year, we are making contingency plans to ensure a smooth transition should changes to the school day be mandated by the state, and we'll kind of go over all those different models in here tonight. Okay. Full-time person instruction, again, at any point, if you guys need to stop me, I'm just going to kind of briefly go over this because this is a public document, and I'm hoping most of us gone through it, but we're going to kind of go through this for you.
Can I just ask a question really quick?
Uh-huh.
Is there anything in this document about Oak Bridge particularly? Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah, it's towards the, yeah, we'll talk about it. It's at the end of the presentation. All right, schools are back in full-time instructional models similar to the school day prior to COVID-19 pandemic. Again, we'll be looking at the state and our public health department to give in these guidelines for safety considerations for facial coverings, social distancing, and cleaning. General district-wide guidelines are in there to ensure a safe and welcoming start to the school year. Okay.
Mr.
On
Marchant,
camp-
I've
go
got a
ahead.
question for you.
Mhm.
Can you back up to that last little slide? Facial coverings as mandated by CDPH. I don't know if that's kind of a more general statement, and there are some more specific things in there. Do we have an independent masking policy for the fall here at Chico Unified, or is what's written in this document and this plan purely an expression of regulations that are being imposed on us? And the minute those regulations go away or are reprieved, our masking requirements here will also go away?
Correct.
So we have no masking policy at Chico Unified that will need to be rescinded by an action of this board once those regulations are withdrawn by higher authorities such as the state and the county health department.
So this board will need to approve this plan, and in this plan, as written, it does say that when the masking regulations are lifted, Chico Unified will lift the mask regulations as well.
So there's a mechanism in this plan
Correct.
that when
And we'll get
the
to
higher
that.
powers, the health department and the state, remove the masking requirements, it'll automatically go away and we will not have to have an independent vote?
That's correct. If
Thank you.
this plan is adopted.
Thank you.
My question is about with the athletes, I know we have a separate organization that has set some specific requirements, CIF. So would they automatically follow what the state's doing?
Correct.
They would.
The
Okay.
CIF's only responsibilities are eligibility and playoffs. Everything else is under the CDPH.
And just to go back, Mr. Tennis, right there in the bold, it does say, please note that these protocols will change in accordance with changes made by California Department of Public Health and Butte County Public Health.
Sorry, that's not highly specific, but I mean, as long as we're all clear here that any changes from those higher authorities will trigger an instantaneous, say, withdrawal or sunset of the masking here in the district. That's what I'm getting at, so thank you.
Okay, social distancing. We went on ingress and egress, but that's to and from to school and away from school. Each, you'll see as we go through the document, each campus has developed their own ingress and egress plans. Also, I want to go with the social distancing in the classroom and meeting spaces. As you can see, as of right now, the CDPH says it's a 3-foot distancing in the classroom, and you can see a drawing of what the classrooms will look like at a 3-foot, and how many students we can fit in those classrooms. We believe at this time that we can meet the needs of our students with the guidelines. All right, facial coverings requirements is what we just talked about, what the state is telling us. The students, again, will need to have the mask on unless they are eating. If they're eating, then the distancing goes to 6 feet. If they're not eating, then they can have them at the 3-foot mark. Okay. That's where our cafeteria and recess protocols. Co and extracurricular activities.
Sorry, Jay, can I just interrupt really quick? Just to clarify Mr. Tennis's concerns, on this page, or the page that Mr. Marchant was just reading from, page 6, bullet number 2, specifically says, until the facial covering requirement is lifted by the state, all staff must use face coverings in accordance with CDPH guidelines. So that would definitely demonstrate that we are following the guidelines as mandated by the state. So just so that everybody knows where it's at in the document and that it's very clear that it's already in there.
I have a question. What are the requirements for children during recess for masking in particular? I'm thinking of younger children.
It's right there under cafeteria and recess protocols. Students will maintain a 6 foot of distancing when masks are removed for the purpose of eating and drinking. Where feasible, multiple serving stations will be set up. Workers and other persons handling or serving food must be in gloves. While wearing a facial covering, students must maintain a 3 foot distance during lunch and recess breaks. Okay. Co and extracurricular activities. John, you want to step in on? John's been doing the heavy lifting on this one.
Sure, so we should be familiar with with the guidance here. This guidance should continue into the fall semester unless the BCPH or the CDPH decide differently, and if they do, we'll adapt to their guidance and mandates. This is the same guidance that we're operating from currently.
Transportation. School bus guidelines are on there. Students will maintain a 6 foot distance from the driver. Students will be socially distanced from other students to the extent possible within the confines of the bus. Bus windows will remain open to the greatest extent possible, noting weather conditions. Face covering policies apply on the school bus and any vehicle affiliated with the district used to transport students. Each bus will be equipped with an extra unused face coverings for students who may have inadvertently failed to bring one. Buses are disinfected after each bus route is completed. The next is air quality and disinfection. Air circulation HVAC, the district will utilize MERV 11 filters in all HVAC systems. HVAC filters will be replaced quarterly. Classrooms and workplaces not connected to the MERV 11 HVAC filter system will be equipped with a low noise HEPA air filter device. If you guys have any questions on that, you're going to have to ask Mr. Boltema on that because I'm very limited on my HVAC. Yeah. Clean and disinfecting. Daily cleaning and disinfecting of our schools shall be done by trained custodial personnel. Classrooms will be supplied with our new water, microfiber cloths, and hand sanitizer. Sharing of equipment and materials. Shared equipment will be cleaned on a regular basis with the new water. Again, as you go down, I'm not going to click, but every one of our, John, if you could, there you go. All of our elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools have individual plans that they developed that follow these guidelines, but are a little bit different on each one of their sites. And Ms. Dalby, you asked about Oak Ridge Academy instructional model. Oak Ridge Academy will continue to be our dedicated online independent study school. Secondary students grades 6 through 12 will utilize Edgenuity. Elementary students K through 5 will utilize a combination of PathBlazer and direct instruction online with an Oak Ridge Academy teacher. Oak Ridge Academy offers innovative personalized education form online learning, grades 6 through 12, and independent study grades K through 5.
So my question about Oak Ridge was just if there had been any more consideration given to looking at expanding that program to be beyond just independent study, maybe to encourage flex scheduling for students or families who might need it. I think students are really finding some value right now in having a more flexible schedule to be able to work or do their extracurriculars, and if possibly they could have some classes that were flex through Oak Ridge and some that were, on campus. If we could provide more flexible options, I don't know where we are at in that conversation.
So Ms. Staley and I met with the staff, and I'll have her talk to you a little bit about it. We still will offer where students can take classes at the junior highs and the high schools and Oak Ridge, so they can take 4 at one and 2 at the other, or 5 and 1, 1 and 5 at the high schools and junior highs, so they can be flexible and still be able to play their sports, be part of band, choir, and the things that we have right now. But when we also met with the staff, we talked about they're wanting to increase in person, like for tutoring and offerings on their campuses for all the core subjects. We have some highly qualified teachers at the secondary level that are able to do that with math and English and science. So we are happy that they're willing and wanting to meet with kids on different times, that they'll be setting up tutorial hours. And of course, one of the best things that they like about it is the flexible times that they have with their families that they talk to. They will tell you it's more than just the set time that they work during the school day, that they're constantly meeting with their families at night and talking to them. And they use Google Voice quite a bit with them to meet with them and to go over modules that they might need some more support on. Ms. Staley, am I missing anything?
You pretty much covered it, but yes, we do provide that flexibility where students can take some classes at Oak Ridge, other classes at the comprehensive high school or junior high school campuses. And then in addition, at the elementary level, Mr. Sullivan is working with Oak Ridge so that it does not have to be a program like Ingenuity on the elementary level, the Pathfinder, that it can be, we can offer some in-person instruction online. I know that doesn't, but where the teacher is delivering the instruction online to the students that maybe want more engagement than a canned program.
We also have the Viking Academy at PV and the Panther Academy at Chico High. And students can do online courses only, or they can do online mixed with some mixture of in-person classes. And that predates even COVID and even Oak Ridge. So that's been available for, gosh, how long, John? The last 8 or 9 years on both those campuses.
May I ask a question about those programs you just mentioned? Thank you. What exactly is the instructional delivery model for the Panther Academy, Viking Academy? Is it like synchronous, like Zoom-style learning, or is it?
No, they actually have to attend, in normal times, they have to attend weekly or bi-weekly, twice a week, 1 to 2 times a week. It can be Ingenuity or it can be book work. There's 2 different programs. Some students do better in one or the other, but there is an option at the sites. And then we have had kids like take band in the morning first thing and then do the rest of their classes online. You know, that's an example, but they can mix and match classes as they see fit to accommodate often work schedules when that income is important to the family, those types of things, or it could just be other family issues.
I do want to recognize too that we have students who accelerate using the Oak Ridge program who are enrolled in classes all day, and they also accelerate through Oak Ridge. So it's a viable opportunity all the way down into 6th grade.
We believe right now, right now we're sitting a little over 500 at Oak Ridge, and before we went into the COVID online, we were about 100 students at that time. We believe that we'll be hovering right around the 300 student mark at Oak Ridge when we start school year through the conversations that our Oak Ridge staff has had with their families. That's K-12.
Yes, I'd like to, if you're kind of ready to wrap up that slide, I'd like to go back to the site-specific.
I still had one question about the Oak Ridge.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess my question, just to kind of cap this discussion off about Oak Ridge and our asynchronous and independent learning opportunities, is just, do we have, or do we know if our asynchronous opportunities have the capacity to help keep our in-person class sizes a little bit smaller? So in other words, if we have a big enough capacity for this more flex scheduling, could that help mitigate larger class sizes on campuses?
Well, we still have to hire the teachers for Oak Ridge, and there is amount of students that each Oak Ridge can take on for Oak Ridge. Right now, when it comes to the federal and state dollars, we're hoping that's going to be at this time make our class size smaller, but we still have to be able to, that's one of the reasons you need to go 4.2 or 5.1, because we have to claim ADA for that student at one of our campuses. Mm-hmm. And so we still have to follow the staffing guidelines that Mr. Boltema in our business department says that we need to do to make sure that we're fiscally responsible. Mm-hmm. And so that's the way that we look at that. There's still one student, just a matter of we're claiming them at the school that they're taking their 4 periods out. But we're still going to schedule our class sizes because we know ahead of time when those kids are going to Oak Ridge, so we know that the other teachers can take on more students. I'm sorry.
Mr. Kenneth?
Yeah, if I may just back up a little bit to the site-specific plans. There's some things in some of those that concern me a little bit, in that they seem to carry over a lot of the protocols that we had when we were in the thick of the pandemic, if you will, such as closing campuses, visitors on campus. It comes up in a couple of the site-specific plans. Marigold says, for example, that there are none allowed. Others don't mention one way or another. I happen to know from personal experience that some campuses are, in fact, closed to visitors. I've heard complaints from some constituents along these lines as well. Do those rules that are in place right now apply next year? And with what's written in these site-specific plans, will that indeed apply in the fall?
The short answer is no, we will be accepting visitors. However, individual teachers, and this has been a long-standing practice, if individual teachers choose not to have a visitor in their room, for example, a volunteer or something, they can choose not to. But that has been the case whether or not we've had COVID or not. Now, if a parent wants to visit for the day, they have a right, certainly have a right to do that, as long as they don't disturb the class.
Can
And
you
we have
repeat
that
that?
in-
Can you repeat that a little louder, please, Mr. Hanlon?
What's that?
Can you repeat that a little straight in the microphone, please?
So the short answer is yes, we will have visitors on campus. We will
Uh-huh.
have non-school personnel folks on campus, for example, CAVE volunteers. Teachers will have the individual choice of whether or not to have volunteers in their classroom. But that's been the case pre-COVID. Of course, if a parent chooses to visit their child's classroom for the day, they have a right to do that, and we'll make arrangements for that. But as far as volunteers, most teachers would like to have that. They've been
Yeah.
asking to have volunteers in the classroom to help with the groups of children, especially given the learning loss and that type of thing. But the individual teacher could, on some circumstances, choose not to have volunteers in the classroom.
Will parents be allowed to come to the office? Because right now, there are a number of campuses that I'm personally aware of that they can't. I mean, unless you have a cell phone to call in, you can't get access to the
So
to the
my
office.
understanding is they will be allowed next year, as long as they follow the guidelines of social distancing and masking that we're required to by the health department.
So Marigold's current plan lists that there's no visitors allowed. Will that just, as a matter of,
So that'll have to be corrected then.
That'll be corrected.
okay, thank you. Field trips and assemblies. Some schools say virtual and/or with safety guidelines, and others, Neil Dow, for example, say that field trips will just be virtual. Is this something that's going to carry over into the fall, or will that be corrected to allow?
We did talk about that in some meetings with the different school sites, so it depends. If it involves transportation, we have to abide by the distancing with transportation, which can be a little bit tricky. But there's also a lot of walking field trips. For example, near schools, we have them on the university, some of our parks. So obviously, those are much more easy to be flexible with. So it just depends.
Okay. Masking during PE, does that in any case qualify as an athletic event, or are we going to have our kids masked during PE?
We believe if they're continuing to do the social distancing as it plans in with the 3 feet, or past the 6 feet, that they can take their mask off. I don't know if we're going to look to see, I guess that's a great question for us to ask Butte County Health Department about PE, if we're following the same guidelines as our athletic sports, because right now at the time, a lot of our sports players were having to be tested. So we're going to need to continue to visit that with PE.
I guess I personally feel that we should opine to the county and the state if necessary that we'd like the students to be able to engage in a rigorous physical activity without masks. Okay, and then the lunches, the grab-and-go lunches, I don't know who's the right person to ask a question about that to. But some of this stuff, the prepackaged single-use plastic, is wasteful, but it's also pretty unhealthy. For example, the Uncrustable sandwiches have 50% of a child's daily allotted sugar in one sandwich. And these are the Smucker's Uncrustables. 40% of their fat for the daily intake, so not a healthy item. Do we need to keep doing those grab-and-go lunches, and is there anything that could be done to make them more healthy?
And we do have Vince Insero, our Director for Nutrition Services, is on the Zoom. So Vince, do you want to go ahead and tackle that one?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, we are doing basically what COVID guidelines are allowing us to do as far as grab and go. We definitely would like to do more, and when that opportunity comes available to us, we will absolutely be jumping on that. As far as the Uncrustables and the items that are being served, Right now, every single school district in the United States is fighting for all those same exact products, and we are struggling to even get enough products in to be able to serve the students that we have. And that's kind of a common problem across the United States right now, because there are so few items that qualify that we can use. So we are waiting for the opportunity to cook again and do normal food again.
And the reason you can't is because of protocols that are being imposed upon you, Vince, by,
Health department, mainly health department stuff, as far as like things have to be pre-wrapped, everything has to be pre-wrapped, so that limits us so much on what we can do as far as making hot food. They don't get to eat at school, they have to take food home, so we have to make sure that things are temperature appropriate when they leave campus. And so it just gets really complicated from the standpoint that I don't know if you're going home with that food or you're going to the grocery store, so we have to take items that can tolerate time out of the refrigerator also. When they're on campus, absolutely, we know exactly what they're doing. They're not allowed to leave campus with food, so we know where that food is going. We know it's going to be consumed on campus and it's safe. But when we get into these situations where we have to take food off of campus, it really puts us in a kind of a safety protocol hazard there.
well, thank you very much for being on the call, Vince. I didn't even know you were on, so I'm glad that you are. And I think I hear you saying that if indeed we go back in the fall, we're going to migrate as quickly as possible toward more prepared food and less of this stuff.
So we're not going to migrate, we're going to sprint.
Okay.
My folks are 100% ready to go and excited when the time comes. So my folks are ready to roll.
Thank you very much, Vince. Really, really appreciate it. Is there a role for ESSER dollars in possibly facilitating, some of this stuff, the food-related things? Because we have a lot of ESSER dollars, as we've discussed.
We do, and the board has already allocated $600,000 for some additional infrastructure that Vince has already put in place so that he can have more feeding locations on school sites that may allow them to do less of the packaging, more of the producing, and the distributing at different locations. Because the challenge still is 6 feet during mealtime. Yeah. So we're not going to be able to serve all students in a multi-purpose setting. We're going to find other locations on campuses to meet that requirement. So Vince is right, our staff is ready to go. We really do want to be serving hot meals. And some of the money you've already allocated out of ESSER is going towards that. Absolutely, the board has the authority to allocate more if you feel that would be needed. But I'd also think we would also want to come back to you, what would we purchase with those dollars that might meet your desire?
Yeah, so can I jump in really quick?
Yes,
This is
Vince?
Vince again.
You can sprint.
Sorry, so let me tell you, the $600,000, thank you guys so much for approving that, number one. Number two, what we're using that for is, right now, a lot of our kitchens, except for the new ones that we've had done, are super antiquated. Our equipment is old, doesn't come up to temperature, doesn't keep things the temperatures correctly. And so that money is going to go to updating every single one of the kitchens that's not already had a new kitchen in the last 4 or 5 years. They're going to get pretty much new equipment, serving equipment. So when we do go back to hot food, we do have the ability to keep things hot and cold longer periods of time. And if we did have to keep some of those things pre-wrapped and those things, we do have the ability to keep those warm. So we'll still be able to cook and keep those things going. So we've been meeting with contractors, stainless steel contractors, and we're ready to cut the POs, and they're going to be doing the work over the summertime. And we've been told that it'll all be ready to go by the start of school.
Thank you very much, Vince and Madam President and board.
Yep, and then the other piece to the puzzle is some of that money is going to extra time for the staff this summer so that we can man all the schools.
Thank you, Vince.
Yep, you bet. If you have any other questions, just let me know.
Well, I'm going to call on Ms. Dalby. Let's see what her question is.
Yeah, it's just a, hi Vince, it's just a quick follow-up question. And
Yeah.
maybe for you or Kevin, do we have a timeline of where there may be regulations lifted at all? Like, do we have any kind of idea when that might happen, or if it might happen sooner than later?
I don't. Personally, I have not heard anything. nothing, it seems to be in a stalling pattern, to be honest with you right now, the information that I'm getting.
And so I guess my question around that is, if it happened tomorrow, would we be transitioning into serving hot food as soon as possible? Is that what I'm hearing?
So, yes, absolutely. So the thing that would, the biggest thing that would hold us up is if we said Friday, we're ready to go back to normal food, we would need a few days, obviously, to get product back in. I would say we would be at the most 7 to 10 days from going back to what we would say pre-COVID serving.
Okay, great. And then my follow-up question on another comment that was made is just about the food sourcing. And so these prepackaged sandwiches that Mr. Tennis mentioned, are these items that we're purchasing, are we restricted to certain contracts with food? Sorry?
We are on the
Vendors,
so
thank you.
Yeah, we do go out to bid every single year, and we are contracted on some items. But this year, because most of those items, I mean, we do serve peanut butter and jellies in our program year round. But when COVID hit, most of the stuff that we buy, because we do cook a lot of stuff from scratch, we had to pivot and go to those prepackaged items. And so there are limitations on what's even available. So, I mean, we were lifted, we could serve any peanut butter and jelly sandwich, let's say. So if it was white bread, before we were allowed to serve wheat bread, now we can serve white bread only because they don't have enough wheat bread for us to meet the needs of all the kids. So they're just, like, all the manufacturers are just way backed up on production. So we can't wait until we can go back to cooking, to be honest with you.
Right.
So it's,
So this
I mean,
issue.
We'll order 2 pallets of something to come in for next week, and we'll get 1 pallet. But we don't know we're getting 1 pallet till the day it shows up. So we're constantly having to resource new products, and it's a challenge for everybody.
So this issue, right? So this issue of selection isn't just from this current vendor. It would be any vendor that we would be contracted with, most likely.
Yes.
Okay, because I mean, there are healthier foods out there that are prepackaged, so I'm just kind of curious where we would be at in that discussion when the time comes.
No, but so that would go back to those ESSER dollars. So when we buy food, we get a reimbursement rate from the federal government and from the state for every single meal that comes in. And when we back out labor and we back out our costs, we have about $1.12 to spend on a meal. So that means the entree, the milk, the juice, the fruit, the vegetables, the tray, the fork, the milk. If I already said milk, I apologize. Any of those things that go on there, we have about anywhere from $1.05 to $1.15 to spend on that complete meal. The rest of it goes into labor. So yes, there absolutely are products out there that cost $3 and $4 for an entree, but that just tripled my budget, and I haven't even bought any of the other items that we have to serve.
Great. Thanks for clarifying that, Vince. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know if we've mentioned I'm sorry. I didn't know if we mentioned in a previous one of our board meetings, but Kevin and Julie Kissel, Kevin both are continuing to look at adding shade structures also to our campuses. So again, we can increase the amount of areas for our students to eat outside. So that's another thing that we're looking at for our food service. Like shade structures, gantries. All right, we're going to move down our presentation. Okay.
One more thing here.
Yes.
Are you done talking about Oak Bridge? Because that did jog to mind the subject of edgenuity, which plays a significant role in Oak Bridge. There are secondary classrooms here where kids get edgenuity in person when they go to class. This is because of our AM/PM schedule or something like that. But is that going away in the fall? Because there are some secondary classes that play edgenuity, and I want to make sure that for in-person school, we don't get edgenuity at Chico Unified in the fall.
I can tell you if we have no asynchronous time, we will be using our normal, I'm guessing we're talking about math, that we'll be using our normal math curriculum that we use, our CPM math curriculum in all of our secondary classes.
We will be using Edgenuity at Oak Bridge.
Right.
Because that is our online independent study program. And for those people that choose independent study, Edgenuity, they have not had issues with it. It was when we put it in place of in-person that there were issues, and there were issues. So
Thanks.
just at Oak Ridge.
Yes. Okay, the hybrid or AM/PM instructional model. Remember, the hybrid AM/PM model will only be utilized if we are required to meet state mandates. And we'll be using the same AM/PM model unless Mr. Hanlon is telling me any different. But one change to our AM/PM model that I will be telling you is if a family chooses to do distance learning or online learning, they will be doing it at Oak Ridge and not on one of our elementary sites. So if we do have to go to the AM/PM and the family, again, I just want to make sure we're clear on this, we will not be offering it on our elementary sites as we do now. They will need to attend Oak Ridge, and we will make sure that we have teachers available for that.
I have a question about that.
Ms. Dalby?
Thank you. So the only red flag I can think about right now with that statement is just for our students who have Form 10s. I know that there's a concern when if they have to go to Oak Ridge, we're gonna play worst case scenario. Things get bad again with COVID, the state shuts stuff down again. We are forced to go into the AM/PM model, which sounds awful. That's literally the worst case scenario. And there are families who don't want to have their kids in the classroom and they're Form 10. So they are going to have to pull their student from that school, put them at Oak Ridge so that they're online learners. I know there are parents who are concerned about that scenario because they don't want to lose their Form 10 status when schools open back up.
I think we can easily work with that, especially in an emergency situation.
Yeah,
But Go ahead.
sorry, Kelly.
Mr. Sullivan?
Oh, so I'm sorry, cutting you guys off, I apologize. We have the ability to create some flow in or out of schools by approving or not approving Form 10s. So we definitely have the ability to kind of hold spaces at those sites if they have to go over to Oak Ridge for some reason and allow them to come back when it's safe for them to do those kinds of things, or we change models.
Yeah, I'd like to see that be like a definite, yes, we will hold the spot. It doesn't matter if you're Form 10, you're not going to be giving up that Form 10 to go to an independent learning model during AM/PM scheduling.
Yep, that's what we've been doing currently, and I don't see us changing that going forward from here at all either.
Okay.
One of the reasons why we're making this statement is because if we needed to go back, because the state mandated us, but if all of a sudden they open it back up and we can go back full-time, it's a much easier transition for us to go back full-time instead of having teachers half the day they're doing in person, half the day they're doing online, which we run into now where we have over 1,100 students doing that. So that's one of the major reasons we want to be able to quickly go back and get our kids back on their campuses without having to switch a bunch of teachers. And then as we go down, again, we're just showing you our schedules, again, what we have already in place and what there will be next year if we have to go in AM/PM with the state mandates. And then again, our distance learning model. You can scroll down and there'll be some schedules for all grades again. Perfect. Okay. Is there any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Tennis.
AM/PM is a nightmare for my family, and I know for a lot of other families. I don't know how practical it is, but I'd like to pour gasoline on the AM/PM bridge and light it on fire and say that we're never going back that way. Is it worth talking about maybe doing that? And I recognize that people are talking about worst case scenarios and things like that. But is there a way that we can not go back to AM/PM under any circumstances? Is it worth talking about an A/B plan or something that could be maybe a better alternative if things did come to that?
So we do state here that the hybrid AM/PM model will only be utilized if required to meet state mandates.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think any of us ever want to be back in a hybrid model or, God forbid, a online learning model. But we do have to learn from our past experience. And one of the things, which is why Jay mentioned we weren't going to do the site-based online instruction, we need to learn from the mistakes that were made this year. And we did not have flexibility when we offered the site-based online. That really prohibited the flexibility in the movement from plan to plan. But I don't know that we want to say, I don't know how much time we want to go back into renegotiating a model, spending the time and money in that we may never have to use, hopefully never have to use. But if that is the direction of the board, we can certainly do that. I would rather put our focus on the full in-person, full-day reopening that will come in August. But if there is direction from the board to look at alternative models, if we have to socially distance again, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, I think if we go back to AM/PM, and if the districts around us continue to be open as they are right now, and if the private schools and religious schools continue to be open as they are right now, I think that our name is really mud around here. And we should try to send as powerful a message as possible through tonight's vote that we're not going back.
So again, I'll point out that it's only if it's required to meet a state mandate. And if it's a state mandate, then all of the schools would be required to either socially distance or be online, as was the case with the stay-at-home orders.
Ms. Dalby?
So when the discussion for a hybrid model was discussed prior to my time on the board, last summer, I think, what is it, April now? There was a lot of discussion surrounding AM/PM versus an A-day, B-day schedule. And the A-day, B-day schedule actually came onto the scene a little bit later than the AM/PM idea did. It didn't get quite as much of a cooking, so to speak, as the AM/PM model did. And there was a survey that went out to staff about the modeling, but that survey was flawed. The questions were not well written, it was confusing, and it split the vote in a way that made it look like teachers preferred the AM/PM model. However, if the data was disaggregated properly, it actually would have showed that teachers would have preferred, by a very, very, very slim, not statistically significant margin, the AM/PM model. And so I just wanted to give a little context about that, because I do agree with Mr. Tennis that the AM/PM model is the least ideal for family schedules. It has worked out for some of our older students for jobs, which is great. But the part-time, either in the morning or in the afternoon, and for our staff who have kids, who have to go pick up their kids and drop off their kids and get back to school to teach, and it is a nightmare. It is a nightmare. And I support the idea of having a plan in place, or at least having the framework of a plan to be able to implement an A-day, B-day model rather than an AM/PM model, should we be mandated to go back to a distanced learning or a socially distant learning, smaller class size situation under worst case scenario of the COVID pandemic.
So I think Mr. Moretti has his hand up to address that, because some of this was keeping it as simple as possible and doing what we already know and have already negotiated in the great hope we never have to be there again. So, Mr. Moretti?
Thank you. So there's two. One, when the AM/PM model and versus the A-day, B-day, when we looked at that before, the state mandate was you had to have daily contact. And so part of our conversation was how would we do that when you weren't seeing the kids every day, and we had, solutions that we thought might or might not work, where the kids zoom in for 30 minutes and you check in with them. And then the conversation went to, how do you get a kid to zoom in for 30 minutes on their off day when there's no incentive for them? And that's how that, we ended up in the AM/PM. And I'm gonna reiterate what Ms. Staley just said, which is, we know how this works. We know we hate it, everybody hates it, but we know how it works. For us to negotiate the A-day, B-day, and try to anticipate if we went there and what the state might require and what would we have to do then, seems like a lot of work with things we don't know yet. I also want to point out in the A-day, B-day, and the AM/PM, that Joe just showed, it showed the 2-hour block. We are still negotiating that. There's been a lot of feedback so that, I didn't want anybody to think that's set in stone. We're still negotiating that time period, that teaching time period. So I don't know where we're gonna end up, but I know that teachers and everybody wants it to be longer. We just have to figure out some other things regarding supervision and prep time of how to make that longer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Brady. I really didn't want to bring up your guys' negotiations, so I didn't want to step on anybody's toes on that, but thank you for bringing that up.
So do I understand where people are negotiating the AM/PM schedule right now?
Yeah, so we negotiated it for this year, and we're doing contingency plans for next year again. So we had negotiated an online MOU, a hybrid MOU, and a full-day MOU for this year. We're doing the same for next year with some modifications. Obviously, the social distancing rules have changed. We know that the twice-a-day cleaning has extremely little impact, so, and it interferes, as Mr. Moretti said, with that big time in the middle of the day where we can't have kids in the classroom. So we were looking at extending that instructional time. We're running into some challenges. So, but anyway, we are negotiating all three of those models currently so that regardless of what situation we're in the fall, we have a negotiated way to do that, to implement that. Whether it's the will of the board or if it's mandated by the state, we can go into any model that comes up. Does that answer the question?
It's not what I want to hear, because it sounds like we're negotiating for AM/PM in the fall, and
No.
that doesn't sit well
No, we're
with me.
negotiating, we've finished.
We're planning.
Yeah,
for
we're
worst
just
case
planning for
scenario.
every contingency. So we have already finished negotiations on the full day. It has to be voted on by the members, but it's very similar to the other one. It's modified from this year, but it's very similar, a lot of similarities. We're still negotiating on a hybrid and an online so that regardless of what situation we find ourselves in, we'll have a plan.
Ms. Dalby?
Thank you. I have two kind of unrelated questions. The first one I think is probably for Kelly. Hypothetically speaking, as a board, if we were to decide to go against the law and it were to be mandated that we need to cut our class sizes and go to 6 feet of distancing or whatever it might be, and we say, nah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to listen to the state. We don't like what you're saying. We're just going to keep our classrooms open full time. I want to know what the consequences could be.
I can tell you because it happened last year. It happened in the fall. A private religious school
I would like.
got sued.
Point of
So
order, thank you.
we put ourselves at great liability risk, and we put ourselves at risk of Cal OSHA coming in. It is very clear in the guidelines, I was reading those again today, that if we do not follow the directions that from Cal OSHA and from the California State Department of Health, Cal OSHA can come in and fine us. If a individual were to contract COVID and we were not following the guidelines, we're liable for that. We can get sued for that. So there's lots of risk involved in not going there, especially as a public entity. Again, all of the things that we're hearing right now, the state and the federal government really want us back in school. They want kids in classes. We are being directed that we have to start looking at instructional minutes again to ensure that we're meeting the in-person instructional minutes. And this plan is very much focused on coming back to school in a full-day in-person model, similar to we had prior to COVID. And these are, the contingency plans are exactly that, only if we are mandated by the state. And that would be true for all of the schools in the state. Everyone would be mandated to do that. So I don't want us to get sidetracked by those. I think that, my great hope is that we don't even have to ever look at AM/PM or online only against anybody's will again. The focus really should be on the reopening plan. But I also think that we have to learn from our mistakes, and should something happen, and we have to do that, we need something that we can use for the period of time that it's mandated and then quickly transition out of when those mandates are lifted.
We did 8A. Sorry.
Sorry, I might have over-answered.
No, you're good. Actually, I just had a thought. We actually did A Day, B Day this year when we were online. I just had that thought. It wasn't full class periods, but yeah, we've done the A Day, B Day schedule. Just was when we were virtual and not on campus, so that exists. My other question was, thank you for answering that, Kelly. Actually, that was really good. That's what I needed to hear and expected to hear, I think. I had another comment, but I forget what it is. But the other question I had was just how we are supposed to vote on this document if part of it is still being negotiated.
So the details of the AM/PM aren't in this document. It is the AM/PM schedule. If it changes, any negotiation items that come forward do come forward back to the board.
Yeah, our negotiations really mirror this, and there isn't a lot of, I'm speaking for CUTA, so jump in here, Kevin. They have been very amicable and positive. We've been moving through it fairly constructively, so I don't see anything, randomly coming up that is going to be so far out of this plan that we have to come back to the board for something. We're trying to work within these parameters, and they're very similar to the parameters we were in this year. So I'm confident that we'll have a plan regardless of what situation we find ourselves in. But like I said, we concentrated first on the full day because we fully expect to be in full day in there, and that's where we started in negotiations, and we've completed that plan already, that MOU already.
Okay. I don't want anybody to be under the assumption or take my concern about AM, PM versus A Day, B Day as some sign that that's where I think we should be. I fully support being open full-time. I'm 100% behind you all for your planning that, and I really appreciate all that's going into that. I know what it's like to be on the receiving end in the trenches as decisions are being made last minute for not having plans in place. And so I'm just pretty passionate about making sure that we have our backup plans really dialed in for worst case scenario so that everybody knows what to expect should hit the fan.
I appreciate that. I would not be doing my job if we didn't have a negotiated plan for any contingencies for the board to act upon, depending on the situation in the fall. So we just have to have every contingency planned for.
And Mr. Moretti has his hand up again.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Jim. We've everything that's been presented, we've already agreed to in the MOUs. We're just still trying to figure out that 1 AM PM schedule and how to do that. And I think Mr. Sullivan met with principals today in EAC to talk about that, and they're going to bring that to negotiations tomorrow. So whatever we decide, the only piece that you've been shown tonight that's up in the air is what that 2-hour block looks like. It might be 2:15, it might be 2:30, it might be something else, but it's something that we will come to an agreement on.
So it's going to be 2 hours regardless. Maybe I was misunderstanding that you were saying that you were negotiating if it was going to be 2 hours.
So it's
or
2
not.
hours currently, and we've been talking about increasing it because we're uncomfortable, and the teachers have been telling us it's just not enough time.
Okay.
So our goal is to increase that if any way we can. We do have some challenges, for example, prep time and supervision issues, and that's what we need to work through.
Gotcha. So, I mean, that's was my concern is that line that says 2 hours of in-person instruction per group daily was my concern if it's still in negotiations. But that's something that we can revisit in a future MOU and approve.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Marjan, we're back with you.
Yes, and that's the end of my, the going over the model for you guys, so it's all in your guys' court at this time.
Hey, Board, do you have any additional questions before I open for comments from the public? Okay, we're to the point now where we're going to ask for public comments, and I believe we have 5 registered for comment. Phil, do you have the list?
Yes, I do. In person, we have Samantha. She is a student, and she can come up to the microphone.
Samantha, are you here?
She is.
Yay!
That's blinding. My name is Samantha Skibo, and
Do you need,
Oh.
yeah, help with the, there we go.
Is that good? Okay.
There we go.
My name is Samantha Skiba, and I'm a 7th grader at. Okay. I am a 7th grader at Marsh Junior High School, and the reason why I'm here is because online learning, in my opinion, and I know I'm not the only one, is not really good for learning. And many people, including me, don't like it, even including me. Also, in the last meeting, you wanted to hear from the students in the crowd. That inspired me to do this, and you wanted to hear from students, so you're going to hear it, and so you're going to hear it. First off, I did not learn very good with screens in my face telling me information. My grades were bad. And also, welcome to the 2nd year anniversary of a 3-week lockdown. And you're basically telling everyone that you want to wait until next year, basically next semester, to go in person full time. Now, you need to let us go full time now. It's near the end of the year, and almost everyone that has been online having bad grades, they've been working really hard, and I have been one of them. And at my last school, we only got to go in person 2 days a week for only a few hours. Distance learning was very rough for me. I was depressed, and my mom and dad had to change school for me during winter break just so that I could go in person 5 days a week, every week. And this change helped me with my grades, and I am not as depressed, but it still isn't as good as full-time in person. I am very upset and sad that school is almost done, and I'll be stuck at home all summer long, wondering if I can even go back full-time next semester. At the last meeting, we hoped that you would vote full-time in school in person, but you didn't. You didn't even vote. Quote, unquote, you said that it was inappropriate. The whole reason why you were there was to just vote. I feel like this subject was not even given enough discussion at all. And let's just say I was very upset. As a school board, you should do what is best for students, and this schedule is not what's best for students. I want you to consider our thoughts and our feelings, like, in your perspective, what you think it would be like for us. Like, what?
That's 30, continue, you still have 30 seconds.
Like, think of our perspective. Like, we would go to school, and all of a sudden, like, people decide for us that we're going home. At first, it was fine. Then it started going downhill, and then it went even more downhill. And so I want you to consider even just going back in person full-time, just normally, because why not normal? Why can't we just have normal stuff?
Thank you, your time is up, and thank you for coming and addressing us. Very well done.
Mm-hmm.
Next.
All right, Board President, I'm going to be calling Scott Baldwin. You are very faint. Can you get a little closer to your microphone? I can hear you now. Is this Scott? Hi, Scott. Oh, Scott, just a moment. Scott, can you hear me? I'm going to go ahead and, yes, you're going to have 3 minutes. When you hear a bell, you have 30 seconds remaining. I'm going to put you on a speakerphone. You can address the board in just 1 moment.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Ms. Baldwin, go ahead.
Great, thank you for your time. My name is Scott Baldwin, and I am born and raised in Chico. I'm a local entrepreneur, and I have a wife who's a teacher, and she's working full-time in Durham. I'm also a proud parent to 8-year-old twins at Sierra View Elementary. In my life, I've found that if there is a will, there's a way, and I'm suggesting that reopening now will alleviate stressors that lead to medicated children, childhood suicide, divorce, tangible consequences of stress. So when we hear it's just a month and a half until school is finished, it sounds like a doctor telling a gunshot victim, "I'll be with you after my lunch." The mental health aspect of this crisis speaks to urgency. When we talk about the quality of education and the quantity, we observe our children receiving 35% of the in-classroom education they should, while we complete the other 65% after a long day of work and scheduled activities for our kids. We observe our children's resistance to packet work at home, where it is difficult to achieve focus outside of a school setting for the duration being asked of our students. When we hear about summer tutoring programs, we are thinking the way back to normalcy is to go back to the education model that is proven to work, not to continue with a flawed education model, then execute summer repairs through tutoring. Waivers we're appreciative of waivers, but waivers for the option to return to in-person school normalcy are not enough. As an employer, I've observed that when pandemic benefits were too great, I had difficulty hiring. If I did not implement security measures, I experienced theft. When given the option between two scenarios, too often human nature is to take the easier, self-serving path. Doing what's right is not often easy. In the words of MLK, the time is always right to do what's right, and it's time to put our kids in school full-time right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next, we have in person Jordan Colby. If Jordan is here, can you walk up to the microphone, please?
I'm Jordan Colby. You guys have heard from me before, so that's enough. Well, Madam President, it looks like you guys have made some people really mad this year. Last March, when we didn't know a lot about COVID, we panicked and we completely removed an important structure to our society. Public schools are fundamental to child and adolescent development and well-being. And as we can see, families rely on schools to provide a stimulating place for children to learn. So last summer, many schools started putting mitigation measures in place and preparing to get kids back to school full-time before the start of the school year because of how important that work is. But Chico Unified didn't put full effort into that. Many of us thought that when organizations such as the American Academy of Pediatrics came out to advocate that policy considerations should start with a goal of having students physically present, that would hold some sway. We thought that once it was apparent that our local healthcare system would not collapse under the strain of COVID, then Chico Unified would progress forward. We thought that once teachers had a chance to be vaccinated, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And we thought that once we had the financial backing of the state and federal government, which has now poured $50 million into Chico Unified, as well as the revision of CDC spacing guidelines, that would help overcome some of the logistical hurdles. Now, I know the hybrid model works for some families. I've talked to them, and a lot of high schoolers like the schedule. You could have chosen to split the decision 2 weeks ago and vote on primary and secondary, but you chose not to conduct a vote because there wasn't enough time left in the semester and the need to conduct testing. Well, we did the math on that, and the students would have received more in-person instruction during the remainder of the semester than they have so far this year. And nobody here on April 7th mentioned that they were considering eliminating a large portion of the testing, which raises a lot of questions in my mind. So forgive me if I'm a little skeptical that there won't be new reasons for contingencies as this school year approaches. I'm certain we'll hear these reasons in August, and none of them will be enough to justify continuing to hinder the education of the students in this district. I request a clear commitment for a full-time return without stipulations and unnecessary burdens. I would like to see a removal of the hybrid model from the contingency plan so we don't end up in a situation where families with resources can move their kids to schools that offer full-time instruction. Families who have the luxury of working from home or a stay-at-home parent can adapt, and the working families and single-parent households just suffer through it, and the education and well-being of those children are sacrificed. That's who I'm here to speak for, the people who can't come to this meeting because they're still at work, or they're at home trying to help their kids with their schoolwork right now, or they didn't come because they knew it wouldn't make any difference. It would just fall on deaf ears. So we need a crystal clear commitment to full-time in-person learning without big contingency plans.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, Board President, I'm going to be calling Kimberly Castor. There was a message. I will try back.
We have one more.
Yes, we do. It's listed here as Jeffrey Hale.
Just a reminder that your comments must be on topic.
Let me just start my timer. I'm incredulous that I came earlier to talk about school safety. I started to tell you that my wife had cancer, and you said time. It has to do...
That is not on topic.
Eileen,
with
let me
the-
speak.
No, sir. I'm sorry, but I am going to call you out of order, and you will not be allowed to speak. Do we have any more speakers for tonight?
I'm going to try to call Kimberly back.
Thank you.
A message.
Okay, board, we're to the point now where I'm open for a motion on the item before us.
I move the passage of 10.1.1, the Chico Unified District reopening plan for the fall for the 21-22 school year.
Is there a second?
I'd like to second with a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Tennis. Your amendment?
I move that we remove all stipulations associated with AM, PM, and exclusively online in this
That's not
this
friendly.
initiative.
Ms.
Well, I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said it's not friendly.
Yeah, Mr. Tennis, a friendly amendment that completely modifies the point of the action that's being moved to make it something different is not in order. Your motion would not accomplish the plan that reopening needs to have in place to be able to reopen with the contingencies for state and federal requirements that are in the plan. If we remove those, we are no longer in compliance. And so my ruling is that that is out of order, that it would need to be a separate motion to violate the law.
To violate the law, well, we would only be violating the law if events transpired where we were violating the law. It wouldn't be a violation of the law to not institute that for fall.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Orlando?
Since it is clear this is not going to be considered a friendly amendment, the correct thing to do would be to simply take the vote if we find a second, and then you can offer an amendment to the motion second, and we can have this discussion at the proper time.
Okay. While I intended to vote, I do intend to vote for this motion, but I'd like to withdraw my second. I don't know what else to do. I'm trying to come up with a way to express my indignation over the fact that we're negotiating and planning for AM/PM in the future when it's clear that a majority of the people in our community don't want it. So I do plan to vote for the motion, but I'll withdraw my second.
Do we have another member that would like to second Dr. Kaiser's motion?
I will second this.
We have a motion and a second to approve the reopening plan that is 10.1.1. Am I correct with the 10.1.1?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
I have to ask a question, if that's okay. I have a question of order. I would like to make an amendment, but I can't remember if that's okay before, or if it has to happen after the second.
You can,
But that's my question. If it's been seconded, is it too late to add an amendment?
Point of order.
yes, Mr. Landau.
So this would be the time for amendments.
Right.
We have a motion and a second, then the motion's on the floor, open for debate. At that point, motions to amend can be accepted.
Thank you. It's been a while
yes,
since we've
Mr.
been in
Landau's
this
correct.
mode. So my amendment, is that where we're at?
Yes, we are.
I would like to amend the motion to consider adding or changing the AM/PM to an A-day, B-day.
I'm sorry, restate that.
To add or change the AM/PM to an A-day, B-day model, should we have to go to that instructional model.
I don't believe we have an A-day, B-day model to vote on. It would be a hypothetical. So I don't see how that could be put forward to vote on when we don't actually have such a thing to vote on. Mr. Landau?
Oh, we've certainly voted on things without a plan to back it up before. Why stop now?
Yeah.
Well, if it's not the will of the board, then nobody will second my motion.
I'll second it. I think that, hey, why not? Let's give it a shot. AM/PM is a drag, and I would, I'd be willing to try something new.
And yes, we would be adding a lot of work onto our leadership. I recognize that, and I know that you guys have been doing a lot of hard work and negotiations, and I'm sure Kevin Moretti's shaking his head at me right now because that means we would have to go through another MOU process in the future if we went forward with this, but I would still like to see the first steps taken and see what that looks like as a board, get staff input, and see if that would be a better alternative than an AM/PM alternative, and also hope to the heavens that we don't ever have to go there and that things just continue to get better.
Dr. Kaiser?
I don't believe we ever had a discussion or a study of this for the elementary level. Now you're talking about kids being alone every other day completely. And I do think the mandate of counting minutes, which we have to do in order to satisfy the state, that becomes really incredulous in terms of doing that in this model. A lot of effort has been put into developing. Everything points to all-day school. Certainly for my kids, I hope so. And if we were to get some kind of signal from the state that that can't happen due to health issues, then I think not having had any study or any relevance of this applied to elementary would be extremely dangerous. I don't know how we could do it.
I think it's interesting to consider that we're the only ones that had this idea. This A-day, B-day model has been done across the country successfully in other districts. I think that there's enough information out there to be able to pull it together and comply with whatever restrictions or guidelines we would think that we would be under for minutes and daily check-ins and things like that. We're all highly professional educated people here. I know we can problem solve it. And maybe I'm way off base and teachers out there are shaking their head at me saying, no, we don't want 8A, B-Day. But from my perspective as an educator, when this all happened, there was a lot of talk about the 8A, B-Day model because of the things I stated earlier. And that would be full day instruction just every other day. So.
Mr. Landau?
In order to seek some clarity, I would like to hear from Mr. Burton and Mr. Hanlon in regard how much extra work are we putting on you to develop an MOU for an 8A, B-Day?
The schedule is a relatively small portion of the entire MOU, so it's just a matter of developing the schedule. We have had other models that we had looked at previously, so while it would be some work, it wouldn't be something that's overwhelming. And as I said before, I negotiate for the will of the board, so if that's the direction, certainly I'm open to doing that.
I hear that, and I appreciate that you negotiate at the will of the board. I just want to get a sense from you whether you think it's a feasible thing.
Absolutely, it's not something, like I said, it's a small portion of the overall MOU, so it's a matter of just developing the schedule and then getting some staff input on how that might look. And that's so it will take some time, but we have between now and the end of the year that when we're working with CUTA, so I think that's something that's certainly possible.
Thank you. Mr.
Kevin
Moretti?
has his hand up.
I'm sorry, I didn't see who was asking to be recognized.
Kevin.
Oh, thank you, Kevin. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say it's the only roadblock would be anticipating what the state would require if they do decide to put us back into like a halftime of whatever. We know what they required this year, which was daily contact, and that's why we went with the AM/PM. So we could easily, I think, figuring out an 8A, B-Day schedule would be super easy to do, and then we would just have to adjust it once the state decided whatever those requirements were, and then we would re-vote on the whole thing again.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, we'd probably build in a daily contact of some kind, and it'd be easy enough to take out if the state allowed us to do that. It's not a good use of instructional time on those off days, and hopefully the state would recognize that that was not a wise use of time this year for those schools that adopted an AB schedule. But they may not make that decision, so I think it would be wise for us to build that into any kind of AB schedule, and then we have it, and it's something that's very easy to take out.
Board? We have a amendment on the floor. It has been moved and seconded to, if I might restate, add the A day, B day alternative to the options available. Am I correct in what you have asked for?
That was a much better way of saying it than I was able to with my poor, tired brain tonight.
Thank you.
I just like that clarification because that's not what I understood. So this would be a second version of the hybrid. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay. Are we ready to vote, Board?
I would like some clarity.
Okay.
In that I heard another option, and my understanding, and I don't mean to speak for Mr. Tennis, was that he was looking simply for a replacement when he seconded that. Is that correct?
Yes, but I could go along with the.
Well, I just want to make sure that we're clear.
option.
So
Yeah.
for now, we're voting.
I don't want to tie us into a corner with just 8A, B-Day either and say we're not accepting the AM/PM. I would like to see 8A, B-Day next to AM/PM, and if we have to go that route, both options are on the table for us to then move forward with.
So the only concern, we may want to revisit that sooner rather than later, because when, in this past year, when things changed, we had to make that move quickly. I don't know that we want to have to wait for a board meeting to make that decision.
I don't want to use the S word, but I would feel better about making whichever decision after we do the research and have the MOU in
Absolutely.
place to know what our families and our staff would prefer.
But prior to coming back in the fall?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, I have clarity. Is there anyone still, okay, it looks like I'm seeing heads nodding. So, Board, I'll call the question and ask for your vote on the amendment to add the research into the A day, B day alternative, and that it be worked on and made available for discovery to the board before school starts. Okay, I'm seeing Mr. Hanlon, yes. Mr. Moretti, your hand is not up, so I'm assuming you don't have anything additional to add. So, Board, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor by name. Ms. Dalby?
Dalby, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye. Thank you, Board. Okay. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Lando has just mandated the board president pay attention to where we are in the process. Yes, we now have a main motion as amended before us. So, Board, that main motion needs to be moved on and seconded again because it has now been amended.
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Landau. So Dr. Kaiser has moved approval, but Mr. Landau has seconded the amended motion. No further discussion. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
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 It passes unanimously. Thank you, Board. Do we need a break? Do we need a break? We are going to take a 10-minute break.
And can we, I don't know if Summer is here now, but can we check to see if
Oh,
Summer is
did
here
Summer-
either before or after our break?
Yeah, is Summer here?
No.
She's not back yet. We'll check again.
Okay.
Too, because we do want to hear from her. Okay, so Board, we are 10 minutes. We'll be back at Okay, we are ready. Tina, your equipment's all set up? Excuse me.
Yes, it was on there.
Okay, we are now on number 2, the 10.1.2, discussing the application of a chief charter school. And after your presentation, I will open the public hearing.
Yeah, correct. That's exactly right. Tonight, we have a chief charter school that is here to give a presentation, and as the president just mentioned, after that, a public hearing will open. In February, Achieve submitted a petition to charter within Chico Unified, and the process works that we have a presentation and public hearing at this meeting, and then they will be back for board determination at our May general meeting. So it's a chance for you to get to hear a little bit about their school, their program, get to know them a bit. At this time, I'm going to introduce and invite Casey Taylor, the director of Achieve, to come up, along with Mary Tickle and Steve Wright, and she will introduce her team a little bit more thoroughly than I have, and we welcome them. Come on up.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Director Keene. Good evening, President Robinson, board members, Superintendent Staley, and staff. My name is Casey Taylor, the Executive Director of Achieve, and it's really great to see you in person. I've been watching you and calling in, and I'm really glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank you for your thoughtful consideration of our charter petition. It's been a pleasure working with your staff, and I appreciate the partnership that we've developed in the last couple of years. We have so much respect for Chico Unified School District, your leadership, Superintendent Staley, your programs and what you're doing for students. It would be an honor for us to be an official part of Chico Unified School District. And I have to say again that we would not be here without your hospitality, and I actually speak on behalf of every educator and student from Paradise. Chico really opened up their arms to all of us and gave us a place to land and serve our students. And we wouldn't have been able to heal like we did without you all. It actually really goes to show the heart of this district and leadership that you're here for all kids in our county. I would like to introduce our board, who actually, we have one board member here, the rest are watching tonight, and we're coming in remotely. Mike Weldon, Dave Dixon, Kim Gazzetti, Christy Lico, and then we have Whit Miletic in the audience with us. We have a whole bunch of staff and students and parents who've joined us, and so thank you for being in person here with us tonight. Mr. Marchand has asked that we sing a song, so we could do that later if you'd like to. But we did bring a whole bunch of happy people, so we're happy and smiling underneath our masks. I do want to introduce Corin Baber, our CBO, and she can wave over there. I think some of you know her. Steve Wright, our school principal, and Mary Tickle is our special ed coordinator and mental health coordinator. She's also our school psychologist. And also we have Janelle Ruley, our legal counsel from Young, Minnie, and Core, up here joining us tonight too. I do want to point out the majority of our staff have been with Achieve for at least 10 years of the 15 years that we've been in operation. 5 of our original 9 that we started with in 2005 are still on staff with us. I was the founding principal. Actually, in 2005, Steve was our second grade teacher. Corin and Mary were both founding families. We call Achieve a family-owned and operated institution. Tonight, Steve and Mary and I will talk about our program, how we got to where we are now, a little more about our facility, our trauma recovery program, current demographics, our plan to recruit a population that mirrors Chico Unified, and then answer any questions. And then you're also going to hear from 2 students that are going to just warm your heart. 3 parents, our trauma recovery specialist, and 1 somebody from our support organization. And then I think you also got some letters from our parents. Yes, great. Okay, so let's get started. Here's Achieve's mission, and we've been really true to this mission over our 15 years. We've revisited a couple of times, looking to see if we needed to change it. And we really haven't. We're really focused on creating students to be positive contributors to society. In the last 2 years, we did add focus on building resilience because that was a place that we were at. But I'm really proud of our vision, actually. So our vision is to change lives and communities by addressing cycles of poverty and addiction and really focusing on building resilience and mental health strategies. So our North Star at Achieve, oh, there we go, has always been to close the achievement gap of our low-income students. We've always had a priority in our lottery for low-income students, and we've done a really good job with that, actually being recognized as a California Distinguished School twice for closing the achievement gap. We do believe in creating community where every student has a sense of belonging, that they feel like they belong to something bigger than themselves and something that they're proud of. We aim to help our students build their identity and see themselves as an important part of their school community and their broader community. Our staff also works really hard to have high expectations for every student and provide individualized support so that students can reach their goals and expectations. And then we've created this culture of goal setting and personal accountability. So I'm going to hand it over to Steve Wright, our principal, to talk about some of the program elements that help us achieve this vision.
Thanks, Casey. Good evening, President Robinson, board members, Superintendent Staley, and staff. My name is Steve Wright, and I'm the principal. I'm not the president of anything. I'm the principal of Achieve Charter School, and I plan to stay in Chico as the principal of our Chico site. As you can see on the screen, Achieve is a small school by design. This is not the best fit for every student in the world, but for students who need a small school and that specialized support, it's life-changing. Achieve is such a special place to be. So talking about programs sometimes leads to curriculums and schedules, and that's part of it. But our program also really embraces our philosophies and how we teach and how we learn and how we live our life. Without fail, when we have people come on our campus for events or tours, they always comment on the feel of our campus. It's such a hard thing to capture our program in a few words, and we only have a few minutes here tonight. So I want to take you on a little journey in what a day in the life of a student at Achieve might look like. We start the day, every day for the last 16 years, with morning assembly, where we bring all of our students and staff together. This is where we connect, talk about life, the virtues, habits of success. We celebrate learning and other events. We do sing at those often, so if you really want a song tonight, our staff would probably do that. Just saying. When students head to class after morning assembly, you see each of these program elements on the screen in action. Students know their goal and their plan for meeting their goal. Staff knows the students' goals. We're a full inclusion school, and our students with IEPs learn in the general ed setting almost exclusively. General ed students are pulled out of the classroom at approximately the same rate as students with IEPs. We've been working on our multiple tiered system of support for the last 4 years. And some of the highlights of that process is that every student in our whole school has access to tier 1, 2, or 3 interventions as needed. And that often changes throughout the year. We've noted 2 new truths as we have become more trauma responsive in the last few years. Number 1, the more interventions that we can push to tier 1 and offer to everyone, the better. Our students all receive training in strategies for self-regulation, for example, and that's done with our counselors and some of our mental health professionals. Some of our reading interventions from 10 years ago are now given to all 2nd and 3rd grade students. The number 2 thing we have learned about being trauma responsive is that because all of our students have been through trauma, they often move between the tiers of concern. Sometimes they need a certain support for just a couple of weeks or months. This happens frequently with students who have been through trauma. It also happens to work great to allow that flexibility to all students. Because of this approach, which is based on meeting the needs of students where they're at, most times in our classrooms it's extremely difficult to tell which students have an IEP or which students are language learners or had a bad day or having the best day of their academic career. You would see successful students all day long in every class. Another signature practice at Achieve is what we call PLPs. It's on the screen, and one of our students is going to mention it too. Before each school year begins, and at least twice more throughout the year, the student participates in a personalized learning plan conference, or PLP. During these PLPs, teachers, parents, students together review progress, set academic goals, set social and emotional goals, In grades 4 through 8, students are assigned a mentor that they meet with weekly to discuss goals and the habits of success. These PLP goals and follow-through are fundamental to the success of our students. Another focus of Achieve is our desire to always implement research-based practices. This has led to the implementation of Summit, a new curriculum that we started this year in grades 4 through 8, a robust esports program. Our esports lead teacher is here tonight, that includes extracurriculars and elective courses around esports. We have a focus on project-based learning and mastery learning in all grades K through 8. We've worked hard to avoid the pendulum swings that often come with education and be able to do new and creative and powerful things like project-based learning and still keep those practices that our teachers have known that work forever. Our staff constantly has conversations during staff meetings evaluating the effectiveness of our curriculum and practices using data to guide the decision making. Mostly, we believe that learning best occurs when relationships are at the forefront. Achieve operates like a family. It gets messy sometimes because people really know each other, but we've made the choice to really know each other and our students at a deep level and to do life together. That's a huge part of our secret sauce. Achieve feels different when you walk on campus the first time because it's evident that students and staff know each other deeply. Thank you for your time tonight and your thoughtful consideration. We look forward to answering any questions that you have.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that. So we'll just briefly go through how we got here. Achieve was founded in 2005 by community members, staff, and parents. Actually, our founding board member was the late Jean Even, who was a former BCOE superintendent and Paradise Unified School District superintendent. And we all had this vision for changing students' lives and affecting our community of Paradise. We spent 12 years in Paradise, realizing our mission and vision, closing the achievement gap for students, helping our students set and achieve goals and impact their lives. This is daily life at Achieve in Paradise. And then this happened, and this is where everybody in Butte County came together to support students. This is where Superintendent Staley really took a leadership role in the county, providing resources and support for schools, providing places to land. She was constantly reaching out to me to see if we were okay, if we needed help with storage or professional development, mental health support. On behalf of all the schools in Paradise, we'll always be eternally grateful to Chico Unified. Also, the faith community in Paradise really stepped up. They housed all 6 charter schools that were coming out of Paradise. We ended up at Life Church, which is directly across the street, over here behind us. They loaned us their sanctuary, their multi-purpose room, their Sunday school classrooms, and then they had a 2-acre field behind them. I'll have to mention that more than 90% of our students returned back to school that December 3rd, and a lot of them coming from 2 hours away, farther than Reading, farther than Sacramento, driving every day because they needed to be with their school community. This day we lost our community. My hometown, the majority of my staff grew up in Paradise. Actually, all 236 students of our students lost their homes. 43 out of our 46 staff lost their homes. This one Steve talks about, we live trauma recovery. We were working really hard to develop trauma-informed practices at our school in Paradise, and now we are lived it. So, interesting about being at Life Church, we didn't know how long we were going to be there. We were thinking maybe just through the end of the year, and then we'd all be able to go back up to Paradise. I have no construction knowledge at all, and I'm a kindergarten teacher by trade, so I'm thinking, well, they've got this beautiful field out here. Surely we can just dump a couple of portables out there over winter break, and then we can just work out of this portable school, and then we'll go back up to Paradise. Well, it actually took developers, architects, engineers, PG&E, Cal Water, construction teams, Mobile Modular, BCOE's IT department, the city of Chico, our insurance companies, and others to drop everything they were working on and help build us a school site in 6 months. I will say that Superintendent Staley did warn me. She said that it's going to take you longer to get this temporary facility that's already built into permanent status than it took you to actually build it. And you were right. Yep. Things are moving along, though we're going to get it there. But yeah, it's taking a long time. So here is the field and our students there. Here's some pictures of our students returning actually in the sanctuary, one of the morning assemblies Mr. Wright was talking about. There's camera crews in that picture. There were cameras on our site all that year and even last year a lot. We did use every single ounce of the facility. This is our math class in the sanctuary in the corner, music class outside, an intervention pull-out class in the corner of the hallway. Our littles were in the church nursery. Our second graders are rolling out their fold-up tables and chairs. They're working along cribs and high chairs. They said, Mrs. Taylor, can we take that sign down that says welcome toddlers and babies? I'm like, no, you can't. This is their room. You're borrowing it. But they were just so glad to be back together. They're third grade, literally in a storage closet on folding tables and chairs. But we really were just so thankful to be back to school. We were using porta potties. Those stairs were an absolute nightmare. And then this was our playground, the parking lot. That broken down truck was basically the jungle gym. A ton of my yard duties were like, we got to get that truck out of there. I'm like, no, they don't have anything to climb on. That's it. So I think everybody was in trauma and just glad to be together somewhere that we didn't actually, when we go back and look at this, it's like, that was insane. But we were watching this building project go up behind us, really thinking that it was going to be temporary. But when it was created, it was so magical. So this is the day that we had our ribbon cutting. I love this picture because of all of the logos that are on the back there of all the organizations and businesses that helped us get to this point, including Chico Unified. Superintendent Staley was there on that day. It was a super emotional day for all of us. And this is the celebration. And this is part of our playground. That whole summer, as families were coming on campus to turn in paperwork, they were walking into our office just with tears because it was this beautiful, real school that we were going to. This is a second grade classroom. Our kindergarten classroom was just absolutely lovely, and we're just so grateful. So this is the map, the aerial view that's at the city right now for approval. We have gone through a traffic study. We've done a landscaping review. We have just purchased the 19 portables through Mobile Modular that are on this campus. I think I mentioned to you that this was a $6 million building project. We currently have our application in with the County Youth Department, and then it will go to the City of Chico. We have included in our charter petition that we will not ask for Prop 39. We do not need facility space. We actually are entering into a 20-year lease with Life Church. So while this facility has offered us a place to heal and a wonderful place to call home, our students and staff have a long way to go with full trauma recovery. Last year's fire season was really rough, and it hit our staff pretty hard, and we had to dig deep into our resiliency toolbox. But luckily, because of our programs that we have, we actually had resiliency tools in the toolbox to pull out, and we didn't get stuck in post-traumatic stress. We were able to bounce back out and keep functioning. So while our students have more healing to do, we are seeing growth as a result of our programs. We've been tracking survey results from our 4th through 8th graders personally, and then kindergarten through 3rd grade with parent surveys over the past 3 years on concerns such as having nightmares, having upsetting memories about the campfire, having difficulty with school assignments, trouble starting activities they need to or even want to do for fun, having difficulty sleeping, having difficulty concentrating or getting along with peers. You can imagine that pretty much any student in America right now takes this and probably marks yes. It was our statistics were really dismal when we took this the year of the fire. We took it in November of last school year, and we're seeing some wonderful improvements. We took it again at the beginning of this year and saw some dips in some of these areas again. We're taking it at the end of this year again, and we are hopeful that we're going to see some improvement because thankfully we were able to get students back on campus for most of the day starting in October, which made a huge difference for these students that were already in trauma. So I'm going to turn it over to our mental health coordinator, Mary Tickle, to share about how we're serving students with emotional or social emotional learning and our trauma supports.
Thank you, Casey. I'd like to share a little bit about my own story before I talk about the trauma recovery program, just because these issues are very close to my heart. I also lost my home along with the 95% of our staff and students in the campfire. And you might ask yourselves, how do you move on? How do you move on after you've lost everything? And we asked ourselves that question too, but we realized because of the family atmosphere at Achieve, that's how you move on. You do it together. The research on trauma indicates that we can heal with the help of a supportive network of people. And Achieve is that network for me and for many others at our school. It's my anchor when things are in chaos. At the time of the fire, I was working part-time with Achieve and part-time with the Glenn County Office of Education. I was serving 5 different schools. I couldn't even think clearly after the fire. And so I had to take a leave of absence from GCOE just to get my head together, to try to get my life together. But instead of taking time off, I kept finding myself at Achieve, even on the days when I wasn't scheduled to work. I needed to be with my people, with the people who had a shared experience with me. And in the midst of the chaos, it was very comforting to be there with those going through the same things. That first year, we had to shift our focus to the emotional needs of our students. With the help of many individuals that Casey's been mentioning, we provided different things: counseling, art activities for self-expression, downtime built into our school day, reduced academic pressure, brain breaks, mindfulness, relaxation activities, time in nature, things like that. So we're rising from the ashes. We're overcoming our own trauma to become a trauma-informed school. We know how to help kids learn despite their circumstances, and now it's our turn to give back. We're showing post-traumatic growth. We're better than before, and even COVID hasn't derailed us because we know how to bounce back. So how are we doing that? What do our programs look like? As Steve mentioned, our staff has been trained in trauma-responsive teaching, behavior management. Our staff also needed some support themselves, so we participated in circles of support through the Butte County Office of Education. We've participated in different trainings by experts: Ricky Robertson, Laura Vandernewt-Lipsky, Bruce Perry, David Schoenfeld. So we've learned a lot about how to respond to trauma. We've participated in trauma-responsive systems training through BCOE, and we're working on implementing that, as well as the SEL Community of Practice through BCOE, and they're offering ongoing trainings and support for SEL implementation. Steve also mentioned our Habits of Success and Virtues projects that are introduced in our morning assembly, and then our teachers work throughout the week to integrate that in any moment that they can so that the children are internalizing those skills. And then on Fridays, we award the students who have been showing those virtues. We also have an after-school program designed by Jess Mercer, our trauma recovery specialist, also a local artist, and many other skills that she has. She's designed the Balanced Brain Project for trauma recovery. Our first grade teacher, Sarah Kevwich, has been piloting an SEL program called Think Social. And so we've received some grant funding to be able to purchase that curriculum for our K through 4 population. It teaches relationship skills and self-regulation skills. So we'll be implementing that in the coming years. Casey mentioned the screener that we administer for mental health monitoring, the self-assessment for 4th through 8th, and the parent assessment for kindergarten through 3rd grade. That helps us to red flag students, to identify those in need, or just to understand if we need to take some of our interventions and move them between the different tiers that Casey was referring to. We've had to push some of our tier 2 interventions, which would normally be for a small percentage of our school, maybe 10 to 15%. We've pushed that down into tier 3. An example of that is the bounce back curriculum that's typically used for small groups, but Tina Smith, our fire recovery counselor, has taken it and adapted it for use with whole classrooms. So she's gone in almost every classroom on our campus and taught strategies for calming, self-regulation, and trauma recovery. We also offer school-based counseling. We've served 44 students on our campus this year, nearly a quarter of our school population. They've received at least one visit between either myself, Tina Smith, Butte County Behavioral Health, Youth for Change. We also have a Chico State graduate student in school psychology who serves students. We also have a crisis response team for suicide prevention and intervention, which includes suicide risk assessments, training for staff, students, parents, and we make referrals to outside agencies. And then finally, we have parent training, where we've taught things like recognizing symptoms of anxiety and depression, how to recognize when your child might need something further, counseling, and also strategies for managing behavior and academic supports. And we have plans to carry that into the future school years as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mary. I'm really proud of the work that our staff has done. And let me see here. I might have just lost my next stack of notes. Okay. Well, we'll just get going here. So who are these students that we're talking about? We do have 94% of our students are campfire survivors. We know that that's going to change in the coming years as we go on. But we have noticed as we've lost students who have moved out of state, we have backfilled with families from Paradise. We joke, not really joke, that we've become a campfire refugee camp. But that is actually, we felt like that's really what we're called to do and who we're called to serve right now in the Chico community is students who need to be with Paradise folks for the time being. Again, we know that this is going to change, and so we do want to make sure that we are reaching out to the Chico community so that our demographics will mirror the Chico community. We have plans to hit churches, the Spanish language radio, grocery stores, preschools, health clinics, Butte County Employment and Social Services in Spanish and English. We would love to work with your staff on creating an MOU if you'd be interested in that, on our outreach plans, timelines. If there's other ethnicities or languages you'd like us to reach out to, we would be more than happy to do that. So we do want to turn it over to questions, but I do also want to mention that, Achieve's vision to really focus on students in trauma from low-income families and in addiction really came out of my own personal experience growing up in Paradise, and our staff really jumped and embraced that. And I really feel like before the fire, we were headed to be a really successful trauma-informed school. And I believe now, because our staff is actually living it every day with themselves and their students, they are one of the most talented trauma-informed staff, I think, in Butte County. And we would really consider it an honor to be in Chico and share what we've learned and work in partnership with Chico Unified and maybe bring some kind of value to the community in the way that Chico has brought value to us over the years. So with that, do board members have questions?
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Kaiser?
Casey, you and I were at a panel a number of years ago, and then I came to your opening, and along with Kelly. And it was a very joyful occasion. The kids were so happy and the parents and all that. But I think the fact that it's horrible to talk about this as good luck, but the fact that you already were headed towards a trauma response framework, and then incredible trauma happens to your entire community. And then for us in Butte County, it's continued to happen. I mean, we've had the North Community fires, and many people have been displaced and haven't known where to turn to. So I really want to compliment you and your staff and your parents and students and teachers. I think that you're a model that other parents and teachers might want to come and just observe and participate in, so they too will have that sense that as difficult as it's been for all of us, I mean, those in the midst of it, certainly no question greater than anybody else, but almost all of us know somebody who is now in our neighborhood as a refugee, and planning to live there.
Yeah.
But they're still, I think, affected by that refugee framework of mind. So just congratulate you, and it was a very emotionally resilient presentation. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, Dr. Kaiser. And I thought Steve was maybe going to mention, he keeps saying, oh my goodness, all those things that we were practicing and implementing and training, they actually work.
Can I say something about that? Thanks, Dr. Kaiser. We talk about that exact same thing that you just mentioned all the time. And our first school initiative around trauma was in 2017. So we do feel like we were very poised, and obviously that was for a reason. So yeah, and we think, and that was around ACEs studies. We were not preparing for a fire trauma, but we believe these strategies would work for any types of trauma. So
Thanks for that.
I have a question and a thank you for your presentation and for the responses to some questions earlier. I did have, I noticed that your percentage of students with IEPs was at 9%, which is low for, the average is usually between 11 and 12. Any thought about, why your percentage with IEPs is low? Are they being accommodated without an IEP, or?
Yeah,
Do you have a guess?
We've had a lot of conversations about that, actually, because our personalized learning plans that every student has is basically a student study team.
Yeah.
So every single student starts their Achieve career with a student study team, tracking how they're doing and what supports they need. And so we don't move to the IEP process until we feel like the supports that are put in place aren't working and they need that tier 3 level of support. And so we feel like, and because we pushed so many interventions like Steve was talking about, and Mary were talking about, that would normally be in tier 2, we just push them all in tier 1 right off the bat. We feel like we've actually caught learning disabilities that didn't have to be identified, and we could work through those and give students the tools they needed to be successful.
That certainly makes sense, and I'm thrilled to see that some of the things that I know we've tried to model in Chico Unified with mainstreaming our kiddos, especially in the lower grades, that your process obviously is a example of why that works, and we continue to head in that direction, as much as we can with our, obviously we have a few more kids,
Yeah.
which is what sometimes the barrier is, but knowing that it works is what keeps us striving to head in that direction. So thank you.
It takes a lot of staff and a lot of flexibility, and we are fortunate because we're so small. We can do things quickly that take a big district like yourself a lot of time to move forward. You all, I did want to mention, I realized I didn't think that I had my next page of notes, but they're sitting right here in front of me, that the diversity is a really huge issue for us coming out of Paradise with not much diversity at all, except for income levels. In Chico, we are really reaching out and trying to bring diverse perspectives and ethnic perspectives, not only to our student body, but also bring that onto our Parent Advisory Council, onto our board as well. We did just bring Kim Gazzetti onto our board as a community member, and she's just retired from Butte County as the Migrant Ed Director, and she brings a wealth of perspectives to us and connections and resources to really help our staff serve a diverse population. We also were very intentional in our hiring this year for our staff, looking to expand our diversity, and we're able to do that. So we're really excited about that, and I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. That was a goal for us.
Okay, we are at the point in the agenda where I need to open the public hearing. Yes. we will continue after I have now opened the public hearing. Ms. Dalby, you had a comment during the public hearing?
Yeah, I guess it is more of a comment, and first of a thank you for your presentation. My comment is that I really appreciate your fully inclusive model. And everything else that's been said is I want to echo and just really commend you for taking that deep dive into equity and inclusiveness when it comes to students who've been experiencing trauma. In a very, very small capacity, I empathize with the fallout of the campfire. As a teacher, having taken in 15 Paradise students, coming back from Thanksgiving break and kind of going through that experience, it takes a big toolbox to really come out of that, and the resiliency in those kids was awesome, and it was emotional, and I just think that what you're doing is amazing. And so thank you for serving those kids and those families.
Well, thank you for saying that. And I mean, all the kudos goes to this lovely, happy group of folks right up here who've just been working literally day and night for the last 3 years to just take care of their babies in their community. And so they're a remarkable group up there.
Okay, now that the public hearing is open, we are open for public comment. We have we have 6 signed up. Phil, could we go with the first?
That is correct. They do have 2 students that want to speak, so if we wanted to have them go up first, please.
Yes.
Just go ahead and state your name as you start for us.
Good evening, board members and staff. My name is James Martin, and I am an 8th grader at Achieve Charter School. I am excited to go to PV next year. I am excited to start the new cooking program. I made a list of things I would like to tell you about my experience at Achieve. Number 1, I started at Achieve in 6th grade. Before Achieve, I struggled in school. Number 2, Achieve is family. Number 3, teachers and staff know me and my family. Number 4, I achieve my goals that are set at my PLP. The teachers and staff know where I struggle with my work. They help me set goals to fix the parts that I struggle with. Number 5, after the fire, I didn't know where I belonged, and Achieve showed me where I belonged. Number 6, my kindergarten brother was afraid after the fire that he wouldn't see his friends and teachers. He was sad that we lost our house. Number 7, I walked my little brother to his classroom to show him that his teacher and his classmates were okay and that everything would be fine. Number 8, after the fire, the staff knew how I felt. They knew I didn't feel like I belonged here, but they showed me I belonged at Achieve. Number 9, after the fire, I had a friend in Reading and a friend in Orville. My friends and I all made an effort to stay in school and Achieve. Our parents made a sacrifice to drive to Chico so we could stay at Achieve. Number 10, I feel that the staff wants us to succeed at school and become world changers. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Hello, school board. Hello, school board members. My name is Ada Simmons, and I am a 7th grader at Achieve Charter School. I have been at Achieve since kindergarten, and I've been able to stay there because of Achieve getting back together so quickly after the campfire and COVID-19. I have a close relationship with my peers, as I have gone to school with them my whole life. When Achieve reopened after the fire, I felt excited to go back and see my friends and feel a sense of normality. My experiences at Achieve have been very positive. The teachers and staff work hard to make your day better. The teachers make class engaging, which improves the school day tremendously. Our teachers have safely extended the school day so kids can get back to school in the rhythm of school. Achieve has shaped me into the young adult I am today. At morning assembly, we talk about habits of success or virtues. I know how to handle conflict. Teachers and counselors give great tips on how to ground and calm yourself, which is very important for stressed teens. School is a safe environment for me. One of the things that is most helpful for me is talking to my mentor a few times a month. My mentor talks to me about strategies for how to complete my work, as well as giving me advice about relationships and life in general. Without Achieve, I wouldn't be where I am today. Thank you for your consideration.
Up next, we have a community member, Jesse Mercer. Is Jesse Mercer here?
Good evening, board. Thank you so much for having me tonight, and I'm not sure how to follow that, but I'm going to try. 895 days. That's how long it's been since we landed here. My neighbors, my friends, and my family flew from their sanctuaries, their homes, their schools, their businesses, and some of us with our morning coffees without any notice. We landed and were deeply embraced by our neighboring city of Chico at the height of our emotional and physical wounds. And when we arrived, we showed up tattered, hungry, scared, and uncertain of the strength it would take to recover from the campfire. Yet flocking by the thousands has only led to deeper-rooted sense of community. We were offered shelter, clothing, love, and empathy immediately with no questions asked. Families were taken in by their trust circles. Employees were redirected into local jobs to support themselves. And profoundly, schools were transplanted into various locations, such as airport terminals, abandoned schools, and so many more, like an OSH building. But it did not take long, although uncomfortable at first, to begin settling into these new routines, the expectations that were there, and allowing support to guide aspects of our resiliency. We flew into the nests of our neighbors and supporters with little to provide in return. And now, with some of that time has passed, our own nests have become more full of a deeper understanding of community and what we are able to offer that community, full of supporting hundreds of families who now reside in Chico and Paradise area, and those that plan to stay in their newfound homes. I wear a lot of hats in the community, one of which was kindly mentioned before as being a community artist. I like to think more of myself as a community advocate. In the last 3 years of my life, I have suffered a stroke, I've lost my hometown, and yet I have created what I think is one of the most interesting programs to land into a school. I started the Balanced Brain Project with one intention in mind. I really wish that was for me when I was younger. I wish that somebody took the time to understand that my academics didn't just come in a book, that it also needed to be sprouted out of my imagination. I needed someone to see me for the unique, diverse individual that I was, that often did not fit the fabric of Paradise. But it has been, since I have arrived at Achieve, bringing pieces to make a mural that was detachable with hopes that it would shift and continue to blossom as they move forward, and did 15 for schools, including those in Chico and Durham, along the way. It has been a privilege and an honor to serve Achieve. I hope to advocate for their stay and resiliency in this community, and thank you so much for letting me do my part to stand tall with them.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Deborah.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to share with you tonight. I am a parent. I have a son, Nathan, who's 19, and I'm short. And he attended Achieve from 4th to 8th grade. Also have a daughter, Rachel, who's 13, and she's been at Achieve since kindergarten. She'll actually graduate from 8th grade here next month. Now, during my son's time at Achieve, I was very impressed by how he developed relationships there. Achieve has always had a really amazing student population, and Nathan has always been the kind of kid who was accepting of anybody. If they were friendly and kind, he would be their friend. And this is something that his dad and I always encouraged. It's something we've taught our children. But having a child in a school that has that culture and that supports that value is so amazing. Now, Nathan is a typical kid. He went through all of the growth pains and maturity, awkwardness that any kid goes through. And because he's my first, I was so grateful to have Achieve to support me and say, hey, you know, this is normal. Don't freak out. Don't worry. All the kids are doing it. I'm surprised we survived 6th grade. Now, my daughter is a whole different story. Rachel was diagnosed with autism just before her 3rd birthday, and we're so grateful to have Achieve on our team throughout this journey. Rachel's growth every year has been amazing. She's changed from a timid, shy little girl who would cover her eyes with bright lights or her ears to loud sounds to a young lady who advocates for herself. She knows now how to ask for what she needs to be successful and manage her sensory needs. With accommodations, Rachel has been able to stay and participate in a mainstream classroom for all of her education so far. And Achieve has always gone out of their way to provide whatever resources were necessary for her to be successful in that classroom. Now, we, of course, are a Paradise Campfire family, and so you often hear from campfire survivors, and you heard the term from Casey tonight about our resilience, our ability to cope and recover from crisis. It's such a common word that Sierra Nevada has actually named a beer after it. So a big part of that resilience for my family has been because of the support that Achieve Charter School has provided. The school especially has given Rachel, but by extension, my entire family, a sense of balance and stability. Rachel does not handle change well, okay, like at all. So we're very grateful for their support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to be calling Laura Kerr. Voice message. I will try again. Laura? Hi, my name is Bill Morgan. I'm with Chico Unified School District. You have a card you sent in to address the board? Okay, you'll have 3 minutes. At the 30-second mark, I'll give you a bell when you have 30 seconds left.
Great.
Okay, go ahead. I hung up on her and call her back. I apologize. I'm going to put you on speakerphone just 1 moment.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, go ahead and address the board.
Hi there. My name is Laura Kerr, and I'm the Chief Program Officer with the 360 Accelerator Education Partners. I'm here tonight in support of Achieve Charter School, of course. I'm calling in from Sacramento to provide an endorsement for Casey Taylor, who is a passionate and experienced school leader, both locally and statewide. She's a member of 360 Accelerator, where she connects with other school leaders to elevate her leadership to improve student outcomes for all. She convenes the weekly Butte County Charter Leaders meeting to solve problems and share best practices across the county. She's also a member of the California Charter Schools Association Member Council, where she monitors trends in public education and provides a voice for charter leaders in the North State. Under her leadership, we've heard Achieve has accomplished amazing things, especially being named a California Distinguished School twice. And she's also been able to attract philanthropic support from outside of Butte County, from the Walton Family Foundation and the Girard Foundation, bringing additional resources to kids here who need it most. Casey is a terrific leader, and Achieve is a great school and a great team. I think they will continue to complement the work that's being done here at Chico Unified, and I hope that you'll approve Achieve when the petition's up for a vote next month. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we had one other one. It was a parent. They did not list their name, but they did give me the last 4 numbers of their phone. So if you're a parent present that submitted a card, okay, come on up.
Sorry, apparently I can't follow directions. Good evening, everyone. My name is Amber Stell, and I currently have 2 children enrolled at the amazing Achieve Charter School, one in 4th grade and another in 8th grade, about to be a high schooler, which is very terrifying. After losing our home in the Camp Fire, we had to relocate to Chico, and we're lucky enough to have Achieve Charter relocate with us. Achieve Charter has been so beneficial to my children, both academically and emotionally. My children's grades have improved dramatically since transferring them there last year. My son's emotional state since the Camp Fire has changed for the better due to the support from the wonderful faculty at Achieve. Those are his words, not mine. I was lucky enough to coach the middle school boys basketball team last year, which I missed terribly this year, and look forward to being involved in coaching for my younger child in the years to come. I love being involved at Achieve, for the enthusiasm from the staff to the students is in a class all their own. All of the parents I've spoken to that have kids at Achieve have all raved about how well their children are excelling. They are definitely an asset to the community and the city of Chico. Short and sweet, because I have a fear of public speaking, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're finished with the requests for public comment. I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, board, do you have a motion relative to this item?
So if I can interject really fast,
Yes, Tina.
next month, the motion will come back for a vote.
Right, that's my understanding. There's nothing to act on now.
Okay, my script is incorrect. I'll fire Erica.
Don't fire Erica.
Okay.
It is kind of a multi-step process.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm normally aware of that. Okay. Do you have any additional requests for presentation next time? Anything?
I don't. I just think they've done a wonderful job presenting, and it will come up a vote on the 19th, May 19th. So I just appreciate the thoroughness of the presentation.
I have an inquiry. I know that they are doing a tremendous job with their trauma-informed processing, dealing with ACEs and other things. How are we able to share their experiences with us for the things that are working that we might be able to do, and our sharing with them information about things that, innovative things that we may be trying that they might want to take a look at? What's the sharing process like?
I would venture to say the sharing is very open. You know, we are fortunate. We have a very good relationship with our charters in Chico and with Achieve as well, getting to know them and working together with all schools. I think Chico Unified is always very open to that. I know I am, and I always love to look at new ideas and see how we can do our work better, and vice versa with Achieve. I have not known them long, but I look forward to working with them, and I appreciate their presentation tonight. Thank you to all the families that came out and the kids especially that spoke. It is not easy to come up here and speak, so thank you for being brave enough to do that. And I know it's late. I'm so sorry, but thank you for being here tonight.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we will move on to our next item, which is the Business Services Item 1, Informational Summer Projects Update.
Maybe we can let them leave and thank them since they have school tomorrow. Thanks,
Oh,
guys.
yes. We'll give them a minute while I pick up my paper. Thank you, everyone.
We're ready to go. So just want to point out, we'll bring this list to you as we typically do, and these projects will be funded out of the routine restricted maintenance account, resource 8150. We have to spend 3% of our budget on maintaining our facilities, and this constitutes a portion of that expenditure. So I'll turn that over to John Carver and Eric German to go over the list and show you what we plan to get done this summer related to maintenance.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for having us. Thank you, Kevin, for explaining the RRMA portion for us. I know everybody should have our spreadsheet, and you have it up there on your screen.
Yes.
A lot of these projects that we do in the summer is because we cannot do them during the normal school year, which we haven't had this last school year. But we go through during the course of our work and identify some of the areas that need more attention for the RRMA side versus just our regular work order system. A couple of things I want to point out is on your first one, under F-wing roofing for Chico High School, if you look over all the way onto the right, it'll say we'll bring the contract back to the board because we have to put that out to bid because it's over a certain dollar amount. And that's going out to bid next week, and we'll bring that back at the next board meeting. And then down all the way at the bottom, it is highlighted, those are for ESSER dollars that still needs to be discussed for outdoor drinking fountains, playground equipment, HVAC filters, and climate control. Is there anything on this list that you would like to know anything about specifically? Mr. Tennis.
This is a good time to talk about the drinking fountains.
Yes.
Where I come from, $500,000 is a lot of money. What is it about this drinking fountain program that is worth that?
So what we propose with the drinking fountains is our concern is when the kids come back full-time in the fall, keeping our kids hydrated. Right now, our drinking fountains are currently closed. Kids cannot use them because of the very nature of a drinking fountain. It goes from your mouth, drips back onto the faucet. So what we're proposing with this money is to switch out our current drinking fountains with bottle fillers that'll have the option of a drinking fountain that we can keep closed until the pandemic allows us to open it. And it'll also have a bottle filler so students can bring bottles from home, be able to fill those bottles up at the drinking fountains. Our concern is basically just keeping kids hydrated. The dollar amount's so high because we have a lot of drinking fountains. And if you look at the condition of a majority of them, especially in our elementary schools, they're original to when the schools were built. So most of them have not been upgraded. They're in pretty rough shape. And we don't really have that many bottle fillers. So if we're going to have students on campus full time, we have to find a way to hydrate them. And I don't think plastic water bottles is a sustainable option.
And I would just add, within this budget amount, it also includes the possibility of running water lines to different locations on campus and power, because there is some electrical components to these bottle fillers.
I'm sorry,
I
Mr. Tennis,
I
were
want
you
to
finished?
kind of keep going with the bottle fillers a little bit. I have some more information I want to bring up.
Yeah,
But
go ahead.
we already have a lot of bottle fillers. I mean, does anybody here know? By a lot, I mean in the campuses that I've been to, I always see a bottle filler there. Does Chico Jr. have a bottle filler? I don't see Mr. Shepard here.
So to help kind of answer that, most of our schools probably have at least one bottle filler, usually on campus somewhere. What we're looking at doing is replacing every drinking fountain, especially focusing on the elementaries. And that number, we had to come up with a number to present to the board. So if we don't use all that money, we just want to make sure we're covered. And if you look at how many drinking fountains are out on the grounds, not very many of those are bottle filler options. And that's what we're trying to provide, is where the kids are out during PE, during recess. We want to make sure they have options to stay hydrated.
Okay, I have some input questions. Back when legislation was passed a few years ago that required us to have drinking water, free, available to the students at a certain level, if my memory serves me, we were very deficient in being able to meet the requirement of how much free water was available to our students. Will this bring us more in compliance with that state mandate on how much water needs to be available to our students?
Eric, I'm not aware of a mandate, so I'm sorry, President Robinson, I'm not aware of a specific state mandate on volume of water to provide. We could look into that for you.
Yeah, I'm unaware of that mandate as well. I do know that our kindergarten classrooms and the kindergarten areas in particular are always asking for more drinking fountain space, areas where the kids don't have to wait in line as long and have better access to drinking fountains. So that's been a priority for us for a while, to try to improve the amount of drinking fountains we have at the school sites.
I may be associating what I'm remembering with what needed to be made available at lunchtime. It may have been tied to that issue, but something out there said you got to give the kids a lot of water. So thank you, Eric.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I know this is an important issue for the health of our kids.
And just to clarify, the bottle filler, good time to talk about it, because we have some experts who can answer the board's questions, but that will come later on the ESSER allocation piece, because you note that this list has those items below related to ESSER. So any of the items currently for this agenda item are all the items above that total $866,000.
Dr. Kaiser, yes.
So most of you may be too young to have seen this kind of material, but Typhoid Mary was a plague that was carried in part by an individual who had no overt symptoms, but every place she went, public water fountains, kids, adults put their mouths on it. It was incredibly common, and trying to keep a kid from sticking their mouth on a water fountain is very, very difficult. They literally, when they realized that she was who was spreading it, locked her up in an institution, I think for the rest of her life, because they couldn't cure her, but they also couldn't contain her spread. So I think in this situation, this is a perfect time for us to go and change out these really contaminating water fountains with something that we can control and that they can still get water. So I think it's an excellent idea.
Ms. Dalby, yes, but let me stick in one question before my old brain forgets it. When we go through lists like this for approval, even though it doesn't say not to exceed, that my experience is, as a board member, that when we approve dollars, it is that understanding that it's a not to exceed amount, and that if it goes beyond what we've already approved, you guys come back to us and say, hey, we're sorry, but we're gonna need another $50,000 to finish this.
That's correct, and that's why I think John appropriately pointed out a construction project that has to go out to bid. It's an allocation estimate at this point in time, but we would bring that back to you if it was more than what the board approved.
Thank you. Ms. Dalby, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no, that's fine. Originally, my question was going to be about what the requirement is, because I was sure that there must be somewhere written per number of students, there must be so many drinking fountains. So I looked it up, and it's here on the cde.ca.gov website. It's 1 drinking fountain per 150 students. And I would add to that with the bottle fillers that is going to be a much more efficient system than a drinking fountain that can contaminate and pass germs, but it also that tend to be misused a little bit more than the bottle fillers. Bottle fillers go into a bottle, and then the students have it for a longer period of time. So I'm in full support of bottle fillers across the board personally. But yeah, that one drinking fountain per 150, I don't know if that is the same, if there's any kind of like adjustment for bottle fillers, or if it's the same, thing. I just wanted to address that question that came up a moment ago.
Yes, Mr. Dennis?
Bottle fillers are closed right now. I know because I saw one today. I toured an elementary school and the bottle filler was closed. So, I mean, I'm confused because it's so essential. We have to have access to it, but we've closed them all off right now. If we really have this need, then why are we closing off the fountains we already have?
Yeah, I can look into that. The bottle filler station should be opened right now. Only the drinking fountain portion should be closed off. Some of them might have a control that only allows you to shut off water in one location that shuts off both of them. In those situations, generally what we've been doing is bagging those and wrapping the drinking fountain. So if there is one closed off, I'll look into that.
I'd probably add that anything that's closed right now for COVID restrictions aren't going to be closed forever. And these decisions that we're making are going to be for long-term infrastructure. So probably notable that these one-time monies get spent on things that are going to last for a long time.
And like I said earlier, if you look at the overall condition of our drinking fountains in general, this is something that's been needed to be done. So this is, I think, a good allocation of the money.
I wanted to mention too that when I was visiting at Chico Junior a couple of years ago, actually now, we were talking about the moving to the kids being able to have their own bottles from home with them, which was a change. I mean, for the longest time you couldn't bring stuff to school. They considered, anyway. And one of the things that the teacher mentioned was that it was so nice once they allowed kids to bring their own bottles, because they get thirsty during class. And they weren't asking to go out to go get a drink. They had the bottle right there with them on their desk, and so it was much more convenient for the teacher, convenient for the student, and you don't have to recycle a reusable bottle. Huh? Oh, yes, there we go. Oh, my goodness. Now that is a water bottle.
So I just would ask the board at this time, really, the RMA is already budget line item already allocated. So really, this is information only for the summer projects that will be completed. The bottle fillers specifically will come back at another agenda item. So if there's a question about the summer work, we'd be happy to answer that. But again, we aren't asking you for action. We're just providing some information.
This is an information-only item, and do we have any requests for public comment? I don't see any. Okay, thank you. Then Eric and John, you're done.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. You do great work.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much for all you're doing. Okay. Can't get the mouse to move. Yep. This is the housing plan and the pupil grants for new construction funding of a cafeteria multi-use room at PV High School. Julie, are you live?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. This is a public hearing, so I do need you to open the public hearing, please.
I'll open the public hearing on this issue.
Thank you. So this issue is, the resolution is regarding a funding application for our project that's well underway at Pleasant Valley High School. We are replacing the current Valhalla Hall that is undersized for the student population at Pleasant Valley High School. We're using a school facilities program called Minimum Essential Facilities, which we have to show that Valhalla is inadequate and that we needed a larger space to feed the students in our population at Pleasant Valley High School. Because we're funding a project that is a cafeteria and not a classroom, the Office of Public School Construction requires that we pass a resolution where the board is acknowledging that they are utilizing these funds outside of housing students in a classroom environment. And typically the California Department of Ed loads a classroom at 27 pupils. And so this would be saying that at Pleasant Valley High School, we're going to be loading at 31:1, which is below what our normal loading is for the funding of this project.
Thank you, Julie. Board members, do you have any questions of Ms. Kissel regarding this request? Okay, then I'm going to ask, is there any public comment that's been? No public comment requested, then I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, board.
I would like to move the passing of resolution number 1533-21 in order to meet the state requirements in the application of this funding for the cafeteria multi-use room at PPHS.
You just answered my question. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Kaiser, a second by Member Dalby.
You don't want to take a drink first.
Regarding passing resolution number 1533-21. Okay, board, we have no further discussion indicated. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, bid authorization for site work and installation of one relocatable building at Sherwood over by Chapman.
Yes, so this project's been in the works for quite some time. It will occur on the property that is owned by Sherwood Montessori School, directly adjacent to Chapman Elementary School in Chapmantown. You might recall that that used to be county property there. So we had gone through the building approval process with the county and then had to restart and go through it with the city of Chico. So it took quite some time. It did bid just the other day, and we were very happy to receive 5 competitive bids, all of them local companies, and the lowest responsive bidder was R&R Horn for $225,500, which is well under our construction budget. So we are thrilled to bring forward to you tonight for bid approval to move forward with contracts with R&R Horn.
Thank you. Okay, board, do I have a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. No public comment, thank you. So for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Passes unanimously. Okay. Charter school. Julie, background information, you want to present on why this is coming before us?
Yes, so the Measure K Charter School Facility Committee has met and approved a project to bring forward to you as a board, a project at Forest Ranch Charter School to provide some outdoor lighting that will light the southern portion of their parking lot. They've had some issues with some unsavory folks hanging out in the evenings, and they would like to be able to light that parking lot up so when their staff is coming and going there, they feel safer. So the project request is for $10,000, and like I said, the Charter Facility Committee already approved it, and they do have enough funds that were allocated through Measure K to cover the project.
Thank you. Board, any questions of Ms. Kissel? No public comment. Okay, do I have a motion?
I move to approve this item.
I second.
I have a motion by Board Member Dalby, a second by Dr. Kaiser. Any further discussion by the board? Okay, I've called for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. Oh, the tree removals. I'll bet you this is yours still, Ms. Kissel.
It is, thank you. So you may remember, about a month and a half ago, we came to the board requesting one tree to be removed in this area and mentioned that we would be bringing back another item for additional trees. So that brings us to where we're at today. When we developed the stadium project at Chico High School, we did remove some large sycamore trees that were in line with these trees that you can see in the diagram provided. We try to be very conservative when it comes to removing trees, and I guess looking back, we probably should have taken the entire row at the time, and we did not. So now we are experiencing some issues pointed to with the arrows on the diagram. The debris that lands on the track, you can see the track is clean now, but when the leaves are falling and the pods from the tree are falling on the track, they have stained the track in some places, and it's become a maintenance issue. There's a number of other issues that have come into play with the trees that are discussed in the agenda lead sheet. I do want to mention to you that we have Assistant Principal Brandon Kessler on the Zoom. He's been so patient being with us tonight, and he's here to also answer any questions that you might have about the specifics of the site. So I'll open it up to any questions that you might have.
Dr. Kaiser?
Well, I wasn't familiar with this type of ash tree, so I looked it up. It's one of 10 trees that they say never, ever plant in your yard. So my comment is simply, I think this is really critical, having a track that got put in at a great expense be damaged by these trees, but also I really do think that we need to be far more careful about the kind of trees we plant, because it was literally just put it in and it immediately came up, don't plant this tree, and for all the reasons that you cited here. So Brandon, fix it.
Thank you, Dr. Kaiser.
Ms. Dalby?
Yeah, what's our policy or our plan for replacing trees that are removed, just in general, either nearby or on another campus, or is there a replacement policy or plan? And can we clarify that at this time?
Ms. Kissel?
We do not have a current policy for tree replacement, but as I did note in the lead sheet, when we developed the stadium, we planted over 40 new trees when we removed only 8. So as part of every construction project where we're doing landscaping, we're typically replacing over 200% of the trees that we're removing. We're only removing trees if they are a health and safety issue.
Thank you, Julie. Any other questions, board?
This seems more like a convenience issue than a health and safety issue, in my opinion, but I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Well, actually, it is causing quite a bit of problem on the baseball field, which is on the other side of these photos, to the left of the main photo in the center, where they are shading the field. So when the kids are playing out there, they have a portion of the field that is in full sun, and then they're transitioning into full shade. And when they're playing their sport, it is a bit of a risk when they can't see a ball coming at them suddenly. So that is a safety issue, as well as on the track. The pods that fall down from the tree are slippery, and the leaves are very slippery on the track as well. And although our crews do a great job at trying to keep it cleaned up, in the fall, it's really hard to keep up with.
And I'll add on to what Julie was saying as well. Every year these trees, like Dr. Kaiser was talking about, they drop everything. And they drop everything all at once. And then it begins to rain. They drop on that track. That whole corner, you can kind of see it in that middle picture right there. That slight shadow in the corner, that's actual staining that is taking place on the track. So my fear is the excessive wear and tear on this track, and in that just one location, that could happen as a result of continual just dropping. They sit. It's not as simple as, hey, they drop, you go out there and you pick them up. We have a phenomenal groundskeeper, but he's one guy taking care of 40 acres, and we have a beautiful campus with a lot of great trees that like to drop a lot of leaves. So that's my big concern there, as well as that small area. As you can see, those trees, and it was kind of discussed, these trees were planted by a former baseball coach prior to this stadium being built, prior to us having an all-weather track as well. And like Julie said, they extended all the way down towards us in the picture in the middle as we're looking at it. So now that we have this stadium, we have this track, we have this fencing, all those leaves drop and they sit in that area and create damage to all the other infrastructure that's in there. That baseball area behind those trees to the right of them in that center picture, that's a batting cage for our baseball program. There's storage containers there. So that's my main concern, as well as the limbs dropping. We've had a lot of wind as of lately as well. Baseball's starting up in the springtime right now. Typically springtime is baseball season, and there's a lot of storms and winds, and we're constantly going out there and hoping that a limb doesn't fall during a game, during a windy game. And like Dr. Kaiser said, they're not the best trees to plant right there.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment for sure. I would definitely feel a lot more strongly about removing trees if it was a different species. However, my original question was if there's a plan to plant any more trees triggered by the removal of these 3 trees, or is that not something that we're going to follow this up with? Oh, Kevin, thank you.
I'd like to answer that. We are happy to replace a 1-for-1. So if we take out a tree, we're happy to find a better location to
I'd
plant a
actually
new
like
tree.
to ask for a 5-to-1, just like was done for this project. If it was 40 trees were planted for the 8 that were removed, it would be nice to see that continued as a 5-to-1. As far as a grown tree and the carbon offset and the shade that it provides, and et cetera, the benefits of having more trees would be better.
Ms. Dalby, along the back side of the bleachers there along Warner, we wanted to plant large trees there where we had to take out some of the camphor trees in order to build the bleachers. However, there were overhead power lines there, and PG&E would only allow us to plant trees that were only going to grow they were ornamental, so they weren't going to grow really tall. I would suggest that we take some time to have a look at that area back there, and now that PG&E and the city of Chico and Chico State and Chico Unified are working together to underground those power lines, we may be able to plant some nice trees that will replace these trees and become mature and large and provide shade to the sidewalk along Warner and behind the bleachers. That would be a really nice improvement to the stadium.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I move 10.2.5.
Do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
Mr. Tennis seconds. Any further discussion? No public comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Thank you.
I didn't vote.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Lynn?
I'm gonna vote no.
Okay, we have 1 no vote, 4 yes.
And just for comment's sake, I would vote yes if there was a guarantee higher number of replacement trees. That's just my philosophy.
Thank you. Okay, temporary borrowing between funds, our annual
Annual resolution. Good evening, Board. So before you this evening is a resolution asking for the ability to temporarily borrow funds from the general fund into 2 other funds. So Chico Unified runs 2 programs, our state-funded preschool program at 4 elementary sites, as well as our nutrition services program. Both of those programs are recorded outside of our general operating fund. So as a result, they have their own cash fund at the county treasury. There's government code that requires that these funds stay cash positive after the 4th Monday of April of every year. So we bring forward this resolution to allow temporary borrowing of money from the general fund, excuse me, to make these other 2 funds cash positive. These programs are reimbursement based. So our preschool program is based on enrollment, funded enrollment on reimbursement, as well as our nutrition services on meals.
Do you have any questions from the board? Do I have a motion?
I would like to move
10.2.6.
You got it.
Do I have a second?
Sure, I'll
Miss-
second
Okay.
resolution 1534-21.
I have a motion from Dr. Kaiser and a second from Member Landau. Do we have any public comment? I should have asked for that before. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are we all ayes?
I think this was supposed to be a roll call vote because we didn't all agree on the last
right.
one.
You are absolutely right. Yes, thank you, Ms. Dalby.
Dalby, aye.
Yeah.
Tennis, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye. Thank you. It is unanimous. It is what time? Oh my goodness, it's 9:30. Let's get quick here, folks.
Get quick.
We're on.
Julie, are you aware that your microphone is on?
No, thank you.
I didn't hear what she said. Okay, we have discussion budget allocations for programs to address learning loss, support and personal learning, and further develop the multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS, from COVID. Mr. Baltima, I do believe.
Okay, we're bringing back the list that we showed you at the previous meeting where you authorized all the items that we've highlighted in green. That was $12.831 million. The rest of the list we brought forward, we removed all the items that had a question mark about our ability to justify the use of the COVID one-time dollars. And that total now for all the items just in white is 20 million. So you'll note that what's left, it totals 41 million. And as a reminder, if you look at the top, we have 44 million. So we're leaving some capacity for the things that we just don't know yet. We also think that these are very conservative and rough numbers. So I think we'll see savings that we will also be bringing back to the board because we do have to spend all these dollars according to the timelines. One correction, and you'll see two attachments in your agenda, is that under the 2.5 million, right above whisper rooms, in the first one that went out, that description did not show up. And in the updated one, that 2.5 million is shade structures and picnic tables. So just to clarify, the whisper room allocation is 300,000. The shade structures and picnic tables is the 2.5. And we sent a corrected one along within the agenda.
Thank you, I see that.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any questions? Just Mr. Tennis.
The tutoring, $3 million. If we're back in normal schedule, what form will that take?
That's a great question. We had this discussion when we went over this budget. I believe if we're going back full-time, Mr. Tennis, I don't believe that the $3 million will be needed. I believe the $1 million, what I talked to the business services about was, if I was going to estimate what I believe, if we're back full-time, would be both summers and some of the after-school extended learning, that money we're going to need. I think if I'm going to put a ballpark figure, I'm thinking we're going to need about a third of that.
Can we, you mentioned an after-school program, can we create more slots for, you know, I know sometimes there's waiting list issues for the Tina Keene knows a lot about this. Yeah, but the card, but then there's the funded version of the card, which is the, Blast. And,
Yeah.
You know, they kind of run together in my head, but I don't know, just a thought. I mean, can we?
Yeah, one of the programs we're looking at right now is, because Marsh does not have a Blast program, and I know that Ms. Camp has been in conversations with Mr. Baltima and Mr. Shepard about adding a Blast-like after-school program at Marsh, because they do not qualify for the Blast program on their campus, and that's one of the things we're working with the after-school programs to develop that and what that look, and they're looking at possibly a $200,000 cost, I believe, to run the same type of program at Marsh next year. So that is one of the things that we're looking at.
Summer school, you know, I don't know. I guess we're on for 3 2-week sessions of summer school currently. I would be supportive of an additional session. I know my kids and family would like that and benefit from it. So if you think we're only going to use a third of that, given that we seem pretty gung-ho around here that we're going back in the fall, maybe there's room to talk about, you know, what we could do with the gravy train of what's left of that.
And I believe that's what our conversations was, because with Mr. Baltima is, really, when we're looking at how much money that we will have left and want to keep in almost, I don't want to say a savings account, but we don't really know. We want to be able to have some money to adjust. If there's something that we need to add, like you're saying, that more after-school programs or more extended learning, or more summer school sessions, as you're talking about, we want to be able to move money that through. So I talked to Mr. Boltman and actually Ms. Kruger about this, about using those extra $2 million funds to keep into a bank where, not a bank, but in a fund where we know where we want to make adjustments to what we need for this learning loss. Because right now, we're stepping into something that is new to us. Even these 3 sessions that we're talking about right now and asking parents what they need, we might clearly need more. We might need a whole summer worth next summer or those kinds of things. We just want to have that money available for that to have a case. And I have no problem if we wanted to shift $2 million of that into something else, so we know we can come back to you guys later and say, okay, we see that we need more of this. Can we move this money into that? Am I explaining that well enough, Kevin? You're a lot
I think
more
that's fine. Again,
articulate
this is the
than I am.
purview of the board to allocate. Again, we think we'll continually bring this back and report to you. But if the will of the board is to look at the $3 million for tutoring, turn that into 1 and create a new line item for $2 million for after-school programs or additional student services, we're happy to do that.
Dr. Kaiser?
I had just seen comments from parents, and again, I think everybody is in flux. You know, nobody knows what's really going to happen, and if travel opens up, but it seems like a lot of them are reluctant to commit right now to summer. I mean, those are the kind of comments I'm seeing. So I am, and we get to have this next summer as well, right? This money?
Yeah.
And so I'm really comfortable with us laying out what we think is a reasonable, aggressive support structure. But I wouldn't want to have then next summer be an empty basket. I'd want us to be able, especially, I think, to be able to continue so that if we see things that are working, Achieve is very impressive with things that they come back to and continue for kids and families. So I think it's good for us to have a little bit to hold back that we know we can spend, that we have to spend, but we don't have to spend it right now. That would be my headset.
I have a question regarding overlap of scheduling. If we have 3 sessions now scheduled, Mr. Marchand, do we not have early back programs? Do we have time to schedule another session?
Well, right now, what we're planning is 2 weeks in June. Mr. Sullivan's coming up. We're going to do 2 weeks in July and 1 week of early back. That's our plan for the 3 as of right now. We could look at those dates to see. Right now, we want to go back out and send dates out for teachers and people to see if they're available to teach at those different times. Right now, we believe we have a little over 70 teachers are willing to work during those 3 different sessions. Not all of them the same one. I think we have 46 or so for the first one, but
Right. So we certainly want to follow the direction of the board here. We are hoping to send out a schedule to parents maybe Friday of this week with registration information coming out at the very beginning of May for these summer sessions. So if the board's looking at something different, we're hoping to get information out sooner, just so families can start planning accordingly also.
I'd like to just add, one of the challenges will be to recruit teachers that want to teach during the summer. So we have a finite number of staff willing to do that. So even if there's money allotted, we may be in a position where our veteran teachers are not interested in doing additional time during the summer. So then the decision is if we go outside the district to hire, we may not be getting quality folks that know our instructional models and our curriculum and everything. So it's just something to consider.
Mr. Sullivan, we currently have 6 or 7 weeks planned out of the total 10 weeks of summer break.
We currently have 5 weeks planned. Like Mr. Marchand said, we're going to do 2 in June, 2 in July, and there's a lot of discussion about coming back in August. And it kind of became a schedule crunch of getting into classrooms where teachers are going to be prepping to start their school year. So we are looking at doing a 1-week kind of academic review in August. And early back is like what our board president was sharing there.
So there's not 3 2-week sessions.
There's 2 2-week sessions and 1 1-week session at this moment in time.
Mr. Tennis's question regarding adding, do we have enough funds the way it sits right now to add if we see that we can?
Yes, I think it was pointed out by Mr. Tennis and supported by Mr. Marchant that we could not spend the $3 million for tutoring, and we could apply any amount up to that 3,000 or 3 million as an additional line item. So yes, there are available funds to do that.
And summer sessions would be considered tutoring. That's what, that's under the 3 million that we're asking for. It's under the summer session.
So even better, we wouldn't even need a different allocation. We would just need to follow the board's direction to utilize those tutoring dollars to provide additional summer sessions.
Mr. Tennis, did you want to put that forward in the form of a motion?
Yes, I think that we should make more funding available to fully staff and increase summer programs. I got excited when Superintendent Staley said that we had 10 sessions, 10 weeks, or 8 weeks out of, no. 10 weeks in a break. And you said, maybe incorrectly, that there were 6 or 8. Yeah, anyway, I'd like to have more, not less, summer breaks. And I'd even be willing to support, increasing compensation out of this pot in order to get staff there to run them, because I think that's where our community is at right now. I think that there might be a lot of interest out there for summer programs, so.
I will share, not that we certainly want to follow the direction of the board with this. When we've done our surveys initially, a lot of interest in June, a lot of interest in August, not as much interest in July from parents or staff. So we've actually talked about not having it at every site in July just because not to say lack of interest, but less interest, and kind of honing it down to about 3 or 4 schools and kind of collectively running the sessions out of those schools instead of one at everyone, just because we've not had enough responses yet. Like I said, we're going to send out information follow-ups this Friday was our hope, and registration starting beginning of May, which might give us different direction to go also.
I could support, focusing and concentrating it in June and August also, because there you're kind of carving out the middle of the summer.
Yes, Ms. Dalby?
So for the June session, the 2 weeks in June right now as it's slated, is that going to start the week after school gets out, or will there be a 1 week pause?
It's slated for June 9th because we have several PD sessions scheduled on the 7th and 8th, and we know there's a lot of teacher interest in going to like a Wonders training and Amplify Science training. So we've got those scheduled for the Monday and Tuesday, with this starting on Wednesday.
And it would go until the Wednesday the 23rd?
The 18th is what we're looking at right now.
Oh. Yeah, so I would be supportive of actually having just a longer, can we just do a longer June session instead of making it only 8 days?
If that is the will of the board, we can certainly move in that direction.
I think I'm just confused on what the thought process was. I'm losing my words right now.
Well, we ended up talking to our teachers about at different meetings and seeing what they, coming right off.
I get summer
Coming
school.
off this past year or year and a half. Well, and it's not just a summer break, just about coming off of what we're coming from. What they thought comfortable, exhaustion-wise coming to teach. And I think most of it at the time, I think our principals actually were talking about when they were talking to their staffs that the 2 weeks right off the get-go that they were more favorable of than the 3 weeks. We thought we could get more teachers to want to be able to work the 2 weeks versus the 3. Again, we can clearly go out and ask our teachers again to see if they would to do the 3 weeks, but we've talked to them about sharing those weeks and those types of things too. We just want to make sure we can meet the needs and not put out something that we can't fulfill.
I understand. So I think to me, it feels a little misleading to say that they're going to be getting 2 weeks of a 2 week session, because they're not getting a 2 week session. The teachers are going to be working for 2 weeks in June, but the students would only be in their summer session for a week and a half. So I would be at least more supportive if the summer session was actually pushed out to the week of the 14th and ran 2 full weeks at the very least, where that week after school gets out is a professional development and getting ready for the summer sessions and et cetera. So I still am a little bit confused why this was planned out as a 2 week session when it's not a 2 week session for students.
I think there's a lot of discussion about ending on a Wednesday seemed very awkward to allow the teachers who are going to be teaching.
I agree. That's why I said push it out to the next Monday. So not the week right after school gets out, but the Monday after that week. So that, the week of the 14th is a full week and a weekend after school gets out. And do those 2 weeks.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Just my thoughts. Then we would be offering at least 2 full weeks of summer session for students, not only 8 days.
Mr. Landau?
Oh, I was just going to say something very similar. Thank you. That I think the 14th through the 25th gives the 2 weeks for advertising while also giving the teachers a little bit of a brain break those last, 10th through the 13th. I think that's a win-win for everybody if the teachers are on board with it. I would love to find out whether they are. Have we looked at that schedule already? Have we floated that by them?
We've shared it with elementary DLC several times, and that's why it's kind of morphed a little bit with some of those things, is kind of based on a lot of the feedback about, like I said, in August, a lot of just interest on their part of being able to make sure they can get back in their classrooms and prep. A lot of interest in being able to attend summer PD sessions those first 2 days back. So that's why the schedule's been kind of pushed and pulled a little bit different directions.
Mr. Tennis?
Can I make a motion associated
Yes.
with this?
I don't think so if we're still discussing it.
Okay.
We're still in the technical questions
Sorry.
and clarification.
I'll float a concept out there and signal my intent to make a motion
Okay.
at some point. I think that you're making good points, and I agree with them. So we got off school on a Wednesday, is that right? School, no, did I miss that?
Thursday.
Right.
When was the brain break that you
June 3rd
thought
is
of? In any case, we're suggesting a 2-week summer session in June. How do we feel about a longer, more substantial early back in August? Clear out in July for people to have bona fide, legit summer vacation, but make more, we'll be closer to a full-time schedule. In theory,
Right.
Okay.
That what Superintendent Staley shared was one of the big chunks of feedback we received from classroom teachers was they're going to have some, like where we hold the summer sessions is really in classrooms when teachers are out. So they have some desire to get back in their classroom typically a week or more before. So us holding it closer to school like that kind of puts them off being able to get back in their classes and start preparing also with those things.
What's the date set for the early back week?
August 2nd through 6th currently.
The 12th and the 13th will be staff development days for all
Right.
staff. So you'd only have 9th, 10th, and 11th of that following week. But I do think we might have gotten off the intent of the topic.
Well, I think, again, we're talking about allocating the rest of the budget. I think there's dollars within the tutoring to do these things. I think the details of what the board wants is important so that they can communicate out to parents. But just as a reminder, we are asking you to allocate an additional $20 million here for all these other things. So I just wanted to kind of work through and see if there were any other concerns about any other items as well.
I am concerned about the drinking fountains. I feel that there's already a lot of these bottle fillers in schools because I personally have seen them. Somebody who wants to fill up a bottle can. I don't know. It just sounds like a lot of money for bottle filling drinking fountains. These things cost, I looked it up on Amazon and I think they were like, I thought they were $1,100 or $1,200 a pop on Amazon. This is, I don't know. It's just a lot of money. I'm not comfortable with that line item.
Dr. Kaiser?
I believe we've already approved that, and I think what we're discussing here is simply not the absolute specifics of the date, because it sounds like there's been quite a bit of discussion back and forth, and you would have to go back and see if you could get teachers and stuff. But to me, the message of this is that we do want to extend more funds to deal with these issues. And I would rather not tie down things to exact dates, but if the funding is approved in this, then I think there's been enough discussion here where you could go back to both discussions with teachers, but also potential hiring, because this is going to be a really big thing. I know as somebody who, taught summer sessions, it's not something you want to dive into as you finish your last grade for your last student. You need a break and a reset on what you're going to be teaching. So it just seems to me that we ought to, I think there's been quite a bit of feedback about the interest in more, but I don't think we ought to tie ourselves down to doing an exact date now, rather to say move with the money. And then I think there's been a lot of communication of intent or desire, perhaps I should say.
So do we need to have the dates figured out, though, if we want to be sending stuff out to parents Friday?
Yes.
Right.
I have taken your thoughts to heart here, and I will be talking with Chrissy Bankson, helping organize it, and I will be talking to her bright and early tomorrow morning and looking at what we might be able to revise as far as dates and
Okay.
kind of expanding some of those opportunities too.
Thanks, Ted. And if it seems like July's a wash,
I wouldn't say it's a wash. There's definitely interest. There was just a little bit less interest in July. So like June and August, we have enough interest where we're going to hold something at every site, almost accommodating not quite every grade level, but almost every grade level. July, there was just a little bit less interest, so it looked like we could kind of squeeze them together and hold it at 3 or 4 sites throughout the district then.
what I was going to say is maybe we make the early back a 2-week session and hold that the last week of July and the first week of August.
That was our original discussion back a couple weeks ago, so it's possible.
I'm sure you guys have had all the discussions. I know that we're up here are not the only idea makers at all. So I'm sure we're spinning wheels at this point. The point is we need to spend the money, right?
Mr. Tanis, if I could ask, what was the line item that you were referencing, the 3 million that I'm lost in finding
Oh,
it?
that's in the green. That's already approved in the green.
Oh,
The green
okay.
section. Water bottles are at the top of the second page.
The,
Drinking fountains.
no, my concern is that we accurately reflect in what we approve, what is the discussion that, that we want the monies allocated to the summer program.
Yeah, as much as possible,
As
many
much
weeks
as possible,
I
exactly.
want,
And that falls under the tutoring category, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's already, the 3 million already goes towards the summer program. I would be supportive of additional funding for teaching staff, especially if that is a necessary need for recruitment. Are they getting paid their daily rate at this point?
Yeah, because normally during the summer school, we would ask for volunteers they get paid $100 for their 4 hours of work. But this time we were going to their hourly rate, which considerably increases the amount. It will most likely double, if I'm going to estimate what they would normally get.
Yeah, $100 for 4 hours of work isn't enough.
Again, that's why it was voluntary.
Yeah.
They didn't have.
I agree. So I had another question, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's the item for athletics, and it's $350,000. And I am a huge supporter of fan of sports. I was an athlete, but I was wondering if there is any equitable spending for other types of team or individual type extracurricular activities that are similar to sports, but that maybe athletic kids aren't interested in doing. Non-athletic kids are interested in doing. You know what I'm trying to say?
like
Is
rock
it 10 o'clock?
climbing or something like that?
Or music.
What about hiking?
This
maybe?
was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Karen J., but this was designed to offset the loss that they had in income this past year, where we really don't get income from
The other programs.
From other
And this is to pay for the officials.
Well, and everything else, and plus the addition of junior high
Correct.
activities, sports activities. But again, Kayla, we can also offer extended learning in band, and we do have money set aside for that too. It could be band, any other extracurricular activities if a teacher came forward and say, we we need to improve the learning loss that we've lost over time and those other things, and we can clearly add those too.
I would love to see, whatever we can put towards those types of programs, the arts essentially, performing and expressive arts, just because those are part of our social emotional, supports. So I didn't really see anything specific to that on this list, and I just wanted to address it and make sure that we're all cognizant of supporting that as, to the greatest extent possible.
Yeah, I know that was one of the intents under the secondary summer academies, was trying to get some interest from teachers in those areas. And honestly, I do not know if we've had people come forward from the arts. I thought we did have art, but.
Yeah, not yet. We're continuing to work on that. Some of the things that we have added, like we know we have some science rocket academies being taken, a couple STEM ones that are going to be coming up through Bidwell, through science academies. So those things will be happening, but we continue to reach out to see if people want to do things, yes.
Yeah, and to extend that to our after-school programs and make sure all those are funded
Sure.
with the supplies and materials that are available for students for those types of activities.
Okay, Mr. Marchand, Mr. Bultema, you've heard the discussion regarding the interest that the board wants to take in directing funds so that we accomplish. Do we need to make any line item changes in order to be able to accomplish what
No,
clearly the board's interest is?
I don't believe so, as it relates to any of the summer. That's already covered under tutoring. We've heard Trustee Dalby's input on, other than athletics, some other additional extracurricular. So Ed Services can work within an allocation already made in that space. It really, Mr. Tennis is not comfortable with the bottle fillers is the only line item that I've heard that may want to be adjusted at this time.
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest maybe allocating $200,000 to bottle fillers. I don't like plastic water bottles. I really don't. I hate them, as a matter of fact, and I think that, yeah.
I don't understand. Didn't we already pass the water?
No, it's
No,
on
I
this,
thought we
it's on
did.
this one, no.
Nope.
No.
It was discussed, but it wasn't part of that agenda item.
It was included in the summer work as a line item on the bottom as information, and we noted that it would come back in this part of the conversation.
So.
But if it's, excuse me, I'm just trying to get clarification. If it's a amount not to be exceeded,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
I'm just concerned about all this work has to be done in the summer, and if they have to come back to us for a vote, we won't be necessarily, having a meeting.
Well, it depends on the location of the replacement of the bottle filler. There may be locations that we can actually do some of the installation during the school year, so it wouldn't preclude us from doing that. Obviously, we won't do as many as we could. We won't get to all the school sites and add more, but we'll fit within whatever the budget allocation is that the board makes, whether it's $200,000 or $500,000 for bottle fillers.
I'd also like to point out that it's $250 slated each year for the next 2 years. So it's not $500 up front, it's $250 this coming year and then $250 the following year. So we could find that after the first year, it's all good and done and we don't need any more, or we might say, oh, good thing that we approved the full 500 because here we are, we need a little bit more. The water bottle filling stations are typically used to fill clean canteen or steel water bottles, not plastic water bottles.
Yeah.
Just speaking from experience as a classroom teacher, with lots of clean canteens left over in my classroom at the end of the year. Kids forget lots.
Mr. German, if you, between now and the next board meeting, if you could just give us a number of how many water stations we have out there, that would be.
Yeah, and I just want to make it clear too that it's not just bottle fillers that we're going to be installing. So most of these units are a combination unit, the ones that we'll be doing. So they'll have access to a bottle filler and a drinking fountain. And in some locations, it may just be a new drinking fountain replacing one if that location can't support a bottle filler. So I don't want the board under the impression that we're only strictly putting in bottle fillers. This will be upgrading most of our current drinking fountains because of the condition they're currently in. as well as providing the bottle fillers. And our intent is to help eliminate the plastic water bottles, because without the option of the bottle fillers, we're stuck with possibly the only option being plastic water bottles given out to kids throughout the day to keep them hydrated, and we're trying to avoid that.
Maybe we consider providing our students with refillable water bottles as part of this item. Just a thought. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that, that I observed when I was doing campus supervision and stuff during the summer was the drinking fountains don't put enough pressure out so that the student doesn't have to put their mouth on the drinking fountain. That's the old problem. And it was one of the reasons why so many students refused to even use those fountains, was because you couldn't get a drink of water without putting your mouth on part of the appliance. And so I'm, after walking around and living with what's out there, I'm so in favor of replacing those unsanitary, not available, fountains. We don't need kids lined up 5 and 10 deep to get their water and get on to class or, in my opinion, more is better.
Well, and I think this really helps us with facilitating getting our students back onto campus full time as well, because hydration is a key component in that, and I think using these funds to help get our students back on campus full time is, I think, everybody's goal. So.
Okay, I'm going to call for a motion. Is there a motion from the board?
I move 10.2.7.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion from Dr. Kaiser, a second from Mr. Landau. Any further discussion?
Could I propose an amendment to lowering the $500,000 to, well, let's just say $250,000?
The 500,000 isn't part of this motion.
I thought it was.
I thought it was, I thought it was on the summer work.
No, it's on this one. This is the spending on here.
Oh, okay.
It's on the second page.
So I propose.
Is there a second? I hear no second. Okay, board, are we now, we are on the main motion, approval of what's been submitted. I'll call for the vote. We'll call for Ms. Dalby, voice vote.
Dalby, aye.
Tennis, nay.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye. Thank you, board. Okay, redevelopment pass-through dollars. This should be Mr. Baltimore.
It is. I'm just going to try and provide a quick summary and then kind of get into really the three things we're asking from the board this evening. The district receives pass-through revenue dollars related to former redevelopment agencies in Butte County. There are 7 redevelopment agencies. A number of them require and flow through what we call Fund 42. And these are dollars that must be spent really on facilities. They are not available for really operating expenses or salaries. We have historically used these dollars for construction type support projects, hooking up to sewer systems, and over the last few years have used it to help with our surveillance, our security surveillance system. We do and have talked to the boards previously that in Fund 42, we are expecting those pass-through dollars to be received to the district through 2037, and we expect over $17 million on a conservative estimate of revenue stream. At that time, at the end of it, those dollars will cease to come to the district, and they will just flow as an offset in our local control funding formula. So we're bringing an idea. There's actually 3 items that we would like the board to approve for us to move forward with and spend out of Fund 42, with the idea that at the end of this, we're going to have some assets to show for these dollars that will benefit, we think, the district for a long period of time. One of them is specifically related to our Oak Bridge program. The Oak Bridge program is renting space at the Chico Mall or the Chico Marketplace, and we point the cost out to you. It's over $75,000 a year. We believe we can buy a facility that would be better suited for this program, which has grown over the last year in this COVID environment, that would benefit the program long term and get out of leasing or renting space. That's one of the items we'd be asking for the board. A second is voice over internet protocol. As we've done new construction or modernization, we have put in VoIP systems. These are telephone systems that don't require hard lines. They are basically operating over the internet. There is a savings operating from them, but there's an infrastructure cost to it. So to complete all the schools and bring all schools up to VoIP, there's over $1.1 million to do that. This would standardize all of the telecommunications across the district and really provides a lot more flexibility in how telephone systems are used, to the point that they are connected to our email system. You can then, through the technology, actually be contacting people more directly, and it does provide efficiency as well. And then the third item that we would request you consider to be authorized out of Fund 42 is the building of a second building at the district office. And we've talked to the prior board about this, and we received authorization to move forward with the planning. And Julie Kissel met with the city of Chico last week, and she can update you on that meeting, and we have a couple diagrams we can show you what that would look like. But we think the benefit here is that the district office has continued to grow. We continue to provide more professional development, and we don't have a board meeting space or a large meeting space in the district large enough. Like if you go to the district office, what we call the large conference room is the old Universal Travel building, portable, that we've certainly got a lot of use of years out of that building. So we could build another building at the district office. It would not come out of any operating funds. And you as a board would finally have a place where you could have a dais set up and a place for the public to access these meetings, I think in a more consistent and transparent environment, because we have really been nomads as it relates to our board meetings, where we're landing either at Marsh Junior High and all the setup and takedown of that, or here at the Performing Arts Center. And that does take staff time to do that, and the sound often gets more difficult versus having just a place for you to have your regular meetings. It would be a multi-use space, so we could have large meetings across the districts and trainings as well. But we think, again, the estimated cost to do that is $6.5 million, and it would be a benefit to the district for a long period of time, paid for out of these pass-through dollars. So that's my attempted summary of this item, and what we're asking for is the board to consider approving all three of those to be designated out of Fund 42.
Board?
If I may, Madam
Yes, Mr.
President.
Jonas.
A couple of elementary schools come to mind as we talk about this, this nice facility for the administration and for the board. Chapman Elementary School, which I had the pleasure of touring today, and Citrus Elementary School, which I haven't yet made it over to. But I know that those schools could use some freshening up. How do we justify this expenditure over whatever plans may be? I mean, in any level, is there anything planned for those schools that would set my mind at ease, say, for example, in approving this nice little palace that we're putting together on on 7th Street?
Well, we wouldn't want it to be a palace, but
No.
I understand the concern. That is a very good question. And what we have is a facility master plan for all of our school sites that is being funded through really the generosity of our community through bond funds. And the schools you mentioned, Citrus and Chapman, are included in Phase 5 of that plan. The bond dollars that we have currently will get us through Phase 4. So there's no additional bond dollars to get us yet into Phase 5. So We could use some of these Fund 42 dollars to be used for that school or those schools. However, the total for Phase 5 in the facility master plan is $95 million. So the 17 million that we have in Fund 42 isn't going to do what really needs to be done according to the facility master plan in a large scale. We could certainly use some of those dollars and do some of the things we're trying to do through our routine restricted maintenance account with upgrades to roofing systems, painting, resealing parking lots. But it's not enough money to spread across these schools and make the large-scale improvements that they need. So it's certainly a consideration. The board could give us direction to use more towards school sites. But again, we're looking towards the facility master plan and bond funds to do that in the future. Also leveraging additional state dollars, which the local bond dollars help us do that. So that would be my answer to that.
Thanks.
Julie Kissel has her hand up.
Yes, Mr. Tennis, I'd like to address your last question as well. Adding on to what Mr. Boltzmann just said, if you look at our facilities master plan Phase 1 projects, the Phase 1 projects were meant to spread M&Ms, as Dr. Kaiser would have stated it, to all of our campuses. So safety and security projects, lighting, signage, Americans with Disabilities Act improvements, cabling for internet infrastructure occurred across all of our schools in the district. And then there's also a funding source, Prop 39 energy bill, that allowed us to replace a lot of heating and air conditioning units, and also some roofing projects that have been done with our maintenance dollars. Additional projects with maintenance dollars really have gone toward painting and curb appeal, landscaping. So a lot of work has occurred since we passed the bond years ago on all of our campuses. Granted, it's not the major transformation you've seen at the schools we've been able to tackle so far in the master plan. But with a new bond, we would hope to be able to do those kinds of transformations at all of our elementary schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have, do we have any public comment? Oh, we do. I'm sorry, Ms. Dalby or Kathy, who was first?
I was just going to note that right now, Oak Ridge has expanded, I think, 250% in number, and we're using a facility that's, it doesn't belong to us, we're just renting it, extremely temporary, and but we're paying $78,000 a year for this. So I would much rather see us put that program in something that we own, that we can control better what's happening there, because I don't, in the discussions I've seen nationally and locally, is none of the universities, and I don't think really K-12 anticipates to leave internet education completely. It seems to have become an absolute ongoing part of educational services. It's not desirable to have it be the entire thing, for sure. But as we've noted, we have students who are able to do advance far more rapidly because they can access those resources. So I think being able to have that in something, especially since we want to have more one-on-one teacher consulting with those students available to them. The phone system is something we've already started and appears to be just what the future is. And so really the context of having something here to me is I drove here yesterday, and it was packed. The parking lot was packed. People are stuffed in all kinds of little rooms, and what are we trying to do? Hire teachers. It's not a very convincing environment when teachers are shoved in little tiny rooms for their interviews, and we're trying to get the very best we can. So I don't see it as elaborate. I just see it as space. So I would definitely support this.
Ms. Dalby?
Thanks. So I agree with what Dr. Kaiser just said about Oak Bridge. My question is just a little bit about this facilities plan for the district office. And my question is if this plan that we see here attached was something that's already approved and there's no changes that can be made to it.
No, what you're seeing is the preliminary drawings that we worked with the architect on based on direction from the prior board. There are some challenges with the space. Julie can mention those. There's an easement that runs through the property. So the location of the building on this site is pretty specific.
Yeah, my only comment is that I would really like to see there be a little bit of green space left in the eastern corner of the property. Just generally for people who work there to have a space to go outside and enjoy being outdoors and get some fresh air, and for gatherings outside, having lunch and whatnot. I think that that's a healthy addition to that property, or a healthy change to that property. It would only take out about I'm looking at that, so that eastern corner is on this picture, the bottom right-hand corner, eastern on the map, which is just behind where the current portable is, the large conference room. There's nice big trees back there. I could see that square being just a really nice space for folks to be able to go and get out of their office for their break time. And I think that would be a nice addition to this plan if it was something that the board was interested in pursuing, or I don't know if that's something that needs to be board approved or not, but just those are just my thoughts.
Julie has her hand up.
Julie's gonna put me in my place.
Well, I think that the employees at the district office would certainly agree with you, and thank you for advocating for them. However, in our attempt to make our conceptual plan at least comply with the city of Chico requirements for parking, we have to put in this much parking that's shown on this plan. And it is still not quite adequate, so we would be asking for forgiveness. That's why the parking spaces along the street are shown on this drawing, to show that we do have some on-street parking available that we've been using for many years. But you might notice just behind the existing building, to the right of the proposed new building, there's an outdoor courtyard that we have planned so that people possibly waiting to go into a board meeting would have a place to sit outside, as well as employees would be able to sit out there and have their lunch and enjoy the outdoors. And we can do as much as we possibly can to make that a green space. It's currently over blacktop right now, but it doesn't have to be, because it won't be parking any longer. So perhaps there's something we can do to green that area up to make it a more inviting and tranquil place.
Mr. Landau. Caitlin, did you have a follow-up?
Just really quick, is the parking based off of square footage of the property that's on, or the buildings that are on the property?
Yes, it is.
That's what I figured. Okay, thank you. So we could shrink the building. I'm just kidding.
Mr. Landau?
Nope, Julie got me.
Oh,
Julie got you.
So I am going to say we don't have to approve all three of these together. If there is a desire for more discussion on one, like it does seem like there might be on this particular building, we can bring this back at a later time. And this did come forward from a prior board, so there may well be a desire for more discussion there.
on the discussion on the board facility. One of the things that in the years of traveling with the board, from the city council to Marsh to, well, we started at the original district office, and Kevin Baltima's office was the boardroom.
Yeah, no, serious.
Actually, it was Jim Hanlon and Kevin Baltima's offices combined that was the boardroom. Yes, that's because I've been here longer. But the beauty of that, we were smaller, obviously. We had smaller board meetings, but it was the intimacy. It was the ability to look at and talk to the people that were there to speak and do presentations and things without the issue of not being able to see their faces, not being able to hear what they were saying, that made that such a lovely space. Then we moved to the city council chambers, which was, that's what it was. It was set up to be a meeting space, so it functioned very well as a meeting space until we decided we didn't want to pay their rent. And so Marsh has not been good. It's difficult to really have a feeling of intimacy with the people there in attendance. This is terrible. I hate this facility. It works because of the media needs right now, but I would love to have back a boardroom that facilitated people coming and being able to sit and listen and address the board in a space that works.
And just to point out to the board, we would still need to go through what we call programming, where we're involving more people in the planning process, and we would invite neighbors to have input. Because as a reminder, when we talked about additional parking at the district office, there were a few neighbors that had concerns. We thought we were being helpful because we felt like there were too many cars being parked in the neighborhood, but we also heard from others that felt like they didn't want anything to be developed at the district office. So just note that this is not,
No, it's the dog
you take
park.
action
That's what they
tonight, let's
want.
say, and nothing else happens, we do have to go through the programming process.
Okay, board, what's your pleasure? I'm open for a motion.
Well, I would move 10.2.8 because I believe that if we start, I guess I shouldn't talk to it before okay, I move it and if somebody seconds it,
I'll second your motion, Dr. Kaiser.
Okay, thank you. So I was just going to say that I think the district office building is a step. It's gotten a design, but I believe that we'll find ourselves, we're already dealing with the city and having to come back. I think this is just a funding guarantee that we could get started. And the other two are just, to me, absolute critical needs that we need to get all of our school sites on the same phone system that's reliable and that is what the future is, and Oak Ridge. So if something happens with the planning of the potential addition, I'm sure we're going to hear about it.
Do we have any further discussion?
Just for clarification, a yes vote on this doesn't necessarily mean that we're fully approving the plan as drawn here, just the funding allocation for it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, board, ready for a vote? All those in favor of the, what was the number again, Dr. Kaiser?
It's 10.2.8.
Thank you. 10.2.8. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Not voting.
Not voting?
Yeah.
Okay. We have 4 ayes and 1 not voting. Okay. Next up is where did we go? City of Chico letter of support for high-speed broadband.
So I'd like to think this is one of the agenda items that it's good information. So here's the bottom line. The city has been approached through Doug LaMalfa's office to look for projects that could benefit or be paid for through the infrastructure conversation that's happening at the congressional and presidential level. The city called and approached Chico Unified that they would like to begin developing a broadband system, internet broadband, across the entire city. And they have a long-term plan for that, but specifically they would like to target a smaller amount to be paid for by the federal government to implement broadband within the Chapman-Mulberry area. They would provide it at a cheaper cost, and it would be at a higher speed, both up and down the pipe. What you can imagine is for our students and families that live in this neighborhood, it'd be a huge benefit. So quite frankly, what they're looking for from Chico Unified is a letter of support. I do think, is Josh Marquis still here from the city? He is.
Oh
He has been
gosh.
extremely patient.
Oh my gosh.
And he can speak to any questions you have, but really what we do, and I think we included a letter draft on the back that would show our support for this project.
Does anyone have any questions of the city?
I don't have a question about this particular project, but this concept of infrastructure spending and partnership with the city and federal funding. Is there any discussion about also maybe additional bike paths for schools, particularly on Nord? I know that there are some areas where there aren't really fully safe routes for schools in that area. So I know that there's interest at the city level about possibly doing those kinds of infrastructure projects, and I don't know if there would be any kind of partnership with the district on that, or if this would be completely unrelated. I know it's not broadband, and I'm so sorry that it's 10:30 at night and I'm even asking this question, but it was just it seemed kind of related as it's infrastructure.
Sure, thank you. Members of the board, my name is Josh Marquis. I'm the Information Systems Manager for the City of Chico. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about bike paths, but if you do have any questions, that's certainly something I can relay to city staff. But if you have any questions about this plan or what the city's hoping to accomplish, I'm more than happy to answer those.
I was reaching really hard to get a question for you just to make your time worth being here. Thank you so much for staying this late with us.
Pass it on to Brandon.
Well,
Mr. Tennis?
I don't have any questions, but I think that this is a really special initiative, and I think that it could be really great for Chapman Town.
Okay, is that a
Yes.
motion?
Yes, it is. I moved that we,
Second.
yeah.
Very
Yeah.
good.
I didn't look up and find to hear who seconded.
Me.
Dr. Kaiser, thank you. A motion to approve by Mr. Tennis, a second by Dr. Kaiser. Any public comment has not been indicated. All those in favor? We need a roll call vote because the last vote was not unanimous.
Dalby, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye. And thank you, City of Chico, for
Thank you, board and staff.
Yeah, I certainly want to thank Josh. I also want to thank Scott Dow at the city of Chico, who really reached out to us with this idea and approached us. So Scott's just a really great asset for our city
Yes.
in their finance department.
Yes,
thank you.
great. Thank you. Did I report out the vote to you, Erica? Yes, Jim, okay. Thank you. Okay. First reading of the revised, updated, new board policy.
This is just a first reading of a board policy that we're bringing forward for review, and we'll bring that back for adoption. However, I did want to let you know that this stemmed from a meeting that we had with a group of students at Chico High School after the loss of a student. And the students came forward and asked what our memorial policy was. And while we did have one, it did cause us to go back and look at the policy and bring it more in line with what we were hearing from the experts that were presenting to the students at Chico High. And that's what you will see down under memorials on this policy, is that we recognize the loss, but we don't put permanent structures in place. So with that, I'll let the board read the policy, and we can discuss it further when we bring it back for adoption.
Yes, the process on policy, we do introduce them first, then you have a chance to read them and comment and bring back any changes or additions you want to make, and get them to Erica in time to get them on the next agenda. So there's no action to be taken tonight unless you have a question of clarification. And if you think of something later, because it is late now, just forward it for clarification. Good night, Dr. Kaiser. Dr. Kaiser is leaving. Okay. I think we are to items from the floor. We have no items from the floor.
We had one signed up speaker, but the person already spoke, and I do not believe they're here anymore.
Okay. Good night, Eric. Okay, we have no items from the floor present. We have no one on the phone requesting, so we are then to board member requests to agendize items. Mr. Landau.
And I am sorry for keeping everybody just a couple minutes later. We have heard some talk in the community about frustration about lack of testing, and I would just like to have it brought forward exactly what we're doing in terms of end-of-year testing and how we're going to report out the data to the public, so we can be really clear about what our students have done during this year, and therefore what adjustments we need to make in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll answer that. We, Mr. Karras, yeah, I sent him home, sorry. We will have local assessments for our elementary students, which is...
We can't talk about it, it's on the agenda. I just want to talk about it next time.
Yeah, Jay, we know, bring it back in
Bring it back, sorry, I
conjunction
thought you were
with
asking a question,
Tim's,
sorry.
with Tim's report. Yeah, I appreciate you wanting to help us.
But I just
No,
wanted to
I'm
home.
sorry.
So are we making a motion here?
I'm sorry, Caitlin.
Are we making a motion here?
Yes.
Yes, we would
I am
need to have a
moving to agendize a
motion.
discussion about testing and the transmission of testing data to the public.
I'm gonna second that motion, and I wanna comment about it briefly. So I support hearing a report from Ed Services about just tracking student learning and what our plan is for that, and I'm sure it's part of the LCAP process. And I want to clarify and maybe have Superintendent Staley clarify the timeline of testing, of the requirements that have changed in the last few weeks, even since the last board meeting, and all of that went behind that. It's been very unclear to the public, and it makes it seem like it's not transparent to them, but I don't think that the public maybe realizes how out of our hands a lot of these decisions have been, and I don't quite understand the entire scope of it as well, so I think it would be really nice to know, what is being required of us from the top down, as well as what we're doing to track that and be transparent about it. So I support this motion to have a report about what we're doing to assess student learning and learning loss.
Between now and the next meeting, Superintendent Staley, if you could make sure that all of the board members get a copy of Tim Karras's, oh, you did, you got it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think my reasoning, a better understanding is good, but also for the public to hear and see the discussion behind it. There seems to be a big piece of misinformation
Yes.
circling in the public that we made a decision about testing, and we made no such decisions about testing. So I want to make sure that we're on full display and very transparent about. I think you're muted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you,
We can
yes.
clarify the ongoing conversations and state waivers between state and federal government.
Yeah, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Do we need any further discussion? I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor of reporting out the issue outlined by Member Dalby, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's 4 with 1 absent. Are there any others? Ms. Dalby?
I don't know if this is supposed to be a motion. I would like to request that it doesn't have to be next meeting either, but that we get a presentation from Inspire High School about their advisory program and consider what that might look like at our secondary school level. Wow, it's 10:30. At our secondary school sites, just to maybe consider also what Achieve is doing with the PLPs and how that might all come into play with our social emotional learning and our learning loss and our relationship building on campuses, et cetera. So if that's something that needs to be board directed, I make a motion for it, and anybody correct me if I'm wrong on that. I'm still a little shaky on procedures, so.
It's fragmented. I'm sorry, Caitlin.
Okay.
It's fragmented to the point where I'm not sure that the,
I think it's because I just don't know if it's supposed to be something that should be a motion for an agenda item. So it would be informational, and we can direct, we have.
do we? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you.
No,
I
you're
was
fine.
just going to ask if we still have one unscheduled board workshop title. No, we're all scheduled, because that's the type of thing that historically we have done through the board workshop process.
Mhm.
And I still think that's where, because it allows for each institution party to come and do presentations in a room where we're, the large conference room is where those are usually held.
Where there's interaction.
And it's a way of exchanging information at a very intimate level. And I think the topics that you've requested, that would be well served in that kind of an atmosphere. If you wouldn't mind waiting until we schedule the workshops for next year and bring it up then. I'm thinking through the agendas between, now and September, October too, and I'm wondering, because that would be a 90-minute presentation.
I guess I wasn't under the impression that it would be that long of a presentation. So,
Yeah, workshops are 90 minutes.
well, I wasn't asking for a workshop, so.
Right, but historically looking at how those presentations work, 90 minutes is pretty much what you need. There's a motion, but no second.
Not entirely sure still what we're asking for.
So the request was a presentation from Inspire regarding advisory programs with the intent of how we could implement that within Chico Unified.
Thank you for saying it so much better than I could at
I
this
said
time.
exactly what you said.
Oh, okay. Well, sounded good, better coming out of your mouth.
I mean, I get the intent, but we can't also tell Inspire to come and talk to us. So,
Knowing Inspire, I think they would be more than happy to come and share what they're doing. But I'm also wondering if that's not maybe better handled in a DLC type meeting and invite board members to attend that. And then if there's a need for further discussion, bring that forward to the board. There's a multitude of ways to do it, but I think we had a request for an agenda item and a motion to do that, so.
I like the idea of the DLC presentation, Caitlin, because I've been through the presentation from Inspire before because I used to sit on their board. And a DLC presentation would be a good place to have something like that.
Expand that out, invite more people.
Expand it out, yeah. Can we work on that? Would that meet your needs? Okay. Okay, any others? Okay, hearing none. Board, I think we are adjourned.